Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. Do not forget, of course, to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Well, beautiful to see you, Space Fams, here on this Tuesday. News on the twos. Lot to talk about, but first some shout-outs. Oh, we know it. Young Chris, Randy Terpstra, 123 in the YouTube chat. Silas, a close fourth. Thomas Story, also here. Jetman, Amanda the Pivot, Sweet Chewy, Lefty, Janelle Walker, Looney Tunes, So Life. Emily Sawyer, Styx Dragon, Sharon, Ducky on Twitch. Lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fans, but of course, my birthday week, still. Yes, indeed. What day is my birthday? Who knows? Who's to say? It could be today, just as it could be any other day. But we're celebrating everybody's birthday but Donald Trump. Might as well celebrate me. So much to talk about today. Kash Patel, Slush Fund for FBI loyalists. Oklahoma House primary results, and much, much more. As well as the Iran deal. Is it a deal, or is it a concept of a plan for a deal that's already fallen apart? Who's to say? Well, we will try to later this evening. First, though, on my list, let's start with that White House cage match that happened on Sunday.
If people like UFC, I'm not a big fan of people beating each other up for, but this is about as like Roman Colosseum, very, very on the nose, if you will. And of course, the whole thing turns out to be a total scam. Donald Trump owns a portion of UFC. They
paid them their bonuses in Trump crypto and were doing ads for Trump's crypto company throughout the event, which, by the way, was streamed on Paramount Plus. This is supposed to be a celebration of the country, but you could only access it if you subscribed to Paramount Plus, which is, of course, owned by the Ellisons.
Here is the Freedom 250. They're on the White House lawn. This is number 7. And it looks like they had a tremendous amount of fun there.
There were around 4,000 people in attendance. It's probably the same number of people that were at an average bar in Brooklyn on Saturday night.
We will be discussing how wonderful my ballroom is and how many times I have landed in the Epstein files.
Me too.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you
to
for
this
the resub.
President King Donald Trump, host of TNN, Trump News Network.
Thank you for the resub. Very much appreciated. Getting us started on the galactic content goal.
God bless you. God bless all forces. God bless our men and women serving overseas. And God bless the United States of America.
There you go. That's it is a contrast. And
just
then
blasting military propaganda. Sorry.
Just to remind you how much this event was put on in the spirit of bringing the country together on our 250th birthday. and how this was not meant to be some type of political statement, talk about any type of outgroup. Here is Josh Hokett, just coming out of the arena, I guess, as it were.
Oh, 1 second. Sorry.
Number 6.
Yeah, this is in the arena. This is after he beat Derek Lewis. This is
Right.
the heavyweight.
Oh, it's right in the arena. Okay,
yeah.
sorry.
You see Rogan interviewing him.
And lastly, Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America? Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God! Can we just see a still of Joe Rogan? My God! Honestly, like, he looks like he's been completely created in a lab.
I know.
Him wearing a tie is like seeing like a dog on roller skates
It
or
really
something.
It's very uncomfortable, and this, but he looks more like an athlete than this, whoever this Josh Holkett guy is. He just looks like some drunk guy who wandered into the cave.
Totally. By the way, least racist UFC event? Question mark.
That's exactly what he looks like. Well, there you go. That was the general vibes at UFC. It was kind of like an episode of the Candace Owens show. But if it also included men punching each other and sort of writhing around on the ground with one another while very sweaty and nearly naked. Yes, that was the spectacle which many of us witnessed on Sunday. Well, we couldn't all witness it, of course, because, as was just mentioned, completely put on by Trump acolytes who paywalled getting into the event and or watching the event. You had to either be a Paramount Plus subscriber or supposedly potentially pay like $1.5 million to sit ringside. So that's why you saw people like Mark Zuckerberg in the, on the White House lawn for this thing. Now let's just get a quick, for a little bit of fun, let's just get a quick look of how things were. We did a little bit of this yesterday. We saw the news girls yesterday. But today, let's go to the Good Liars and see what they were up to.
Why are you so excited to have the UFC on the White House lawn?
We get to show real men how to be real men on a real man's lawn. Liberals. That it. We're all about USA. If you cut me, I bleed red, white, and blue, baby.
Oh, a real man.
Daddy can do no wrong.
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
We are here outside UFC Freedom 250, which is a huge event for Trump for his birthday. You guys happy?
Very happy.
Hey, all right. Are you here for Donald Trump's birthday or for the UFC?
Both. Happy birthday, Donald Trump. Happy birthday, UFC. Happy birthday, my French man right here. Wave.
Happy birthday
That's
to
my
my
boy.
French man right here.
And how do you feel about Trump putting on a cage match on the White House lawn?
Best country in the world.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
If you give a birthday message to Trump, what would it be?
Happy motherfucking birthday.
No, I'm just.
There is a very specific kind of person that seems to have turned up for this event. Like, it's all the same guy, right? It's like watching Minions, It's like there's like a slight variance, right? But it's all basic. They've all come from the same mold and sort of gene pool, I guess you might say.
Trump.
Oh, you're here for Trump?
I am. I'm here for Trump.
You're not a fan of UFC at all?
Well, I like UFC today. Absolutely.
I like it today.
And it's Trump's birthday, and he has a UFC fight on the White House lawn. You're going to be there for him.
I'm here to support him. I love our president.
Why do you love Donald Trump so much?
I love Donald Trump for closed borders, back to education, not indoctrination. And he's doing a great job. I'm very proud of him.
Doing a great job.
What's his greatest accomplishment thus far?
I would say
Wow, she really struggled on that. That took too long. Sorry, ma'am. I'm getting cut off.
Math and reading.
But
learning language.
those are in the Bible. What I just said.
Yeah.
So you'd like to have the Bible banned in schools?
I don't want the Bible banned.
Walked by yesterday, you would have heard dirt bikes flying around in front of the White House. Like, what do you think about that?
Dirt bikes in front of the White House?
Yeah.
Like on the White House property?
Yeah.
I didn't know about that, but I think that's kind of cool. I don't think anyone else would have done that. But like I always said, Trump is content president. He makes the best
you always
content.
say that. No, totally, dude.
Fuck that pussy.
Totally, dude. That's what he's always saying. We all know this, of course. This guy is always saying this, as we all know, right? Wait, who is he again? I'm sorry. He's always saying it. He's always. We should know, as he's always saying. He's always saying this thing. Trump is content president, dude. And that's kind of my main priority in life. You know, I don't really worry about a lot else aside from having sick fucking memes. Memes are I fill my gas tank with memes, dude. Actually, no, I fill it with my trust fund. But memes keep me very entertained in between my other shit going on.
He makes the best content.
USA, fuck that pussy shit. I'm a fucking conservative, but not with my
I'm
hands.
a fucking conservative.
You know what that is?
What a fucking idiot. Dude, these people are fucking out of control.
Yeah, I think that's, what is that, from Sanford and Son?
No, from Golden Girls. Estelle Getty.
Right, that's it. Golden Girls, right.
Older or younger than Trump? Estelle Getty.
She's probably about the same.
No, she was much younger than Trump when this was filmed. 67 years old. Who's this?
That's, what is that, Matt Rooney?
This is from Rocky. Remember? Rocky.
What was his name? I really don't know.
Mickey.
Mickey Rooney, right? Mickey Rooney, correct.
Mickey from Rocky. What do you think? Older or younger than Trump?
Get up, Rock!
I'd say probably older.
No, he was much younger. This was in his 60s here. Trump's 80.
Well, look at the picture. It's kind of like distorted.
All right. Carl Fredrickson from Up. You ever see Up?
Yeah, I think he's younger, much younger.
The old guy from Up whose wife dies?
I would say he's younger.
Yeah, he is younger. Yeah, he was 76, just a few
He
years
finally
younger. But he was
caught
old
on.
as all hell in Up. Are you 78?
I love how by the third one he's figured it out. He's like, I see what's happening here. I can see the trend. Clearly, you're presenting with people who are canonically old as fuck, but are in fact younger than Donald Trump. I get it. You're right. Yeah. Okay, he's old.
Yeah, he is younger. Yeah, he was 76, just a few years younger, but he was old as all hell and Up. Are you 78? Are you 79? Are you 80?
I don't know how old he is.
He's 80. Sorry, that's why I counted 80.
Wow. That's awesome.
All right. Who is that?
That's President Trump. I see he's probably resting his eyes for a couple minutes.
For a couple minutes?
Well, I wouldn't say a couple of minutes, maybe a couple seconds. I mean, listen, me personally, when I go out, sometimes I rest my eyes.
Sure, yeah. You get to a certain age.
Should a president be falling asleep in cabinet meetings?
Everybody falls asleep.
All right, so we're here outside the UFC fight at the White House. The roads are blocked. People are happy. People are sad. People are hot. I'm hot. We ran a little bit.
I love that answer from the look. Everybody falls asleep. Okay, look. You're asking me these questions about whether the president should be sleeping or not, but is that so bad? Everybody sleeps. But during classified meetings, sir, that's the important question. But he seems to be fine with it for some reason. I don't know. What am I to say? A certain group of individuals, very, very specific group of people that seem to have shown up to this event. Ay. What a time. Now, this happened. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm saying that wrong. The FBI has claimed something happened at the fight on Sunday. Took them 2 days to tell us about it for some reason, which I find a little weird. And coming from this White House, I do have questions. But we are being told by the Department of Justice, the FBI, the prestigious and very well-run FBI, very serious investigative body, they thwarted some sort of terrorist attack at the glorious Freedom 250 fight. Here's the Associated Press from 4 hours ago.
Federal court papers unsealed Tuesday revealed that a plan to attack the White House UFC event using explosive-laden drones was disrupted by a multi-state FBI operation. An affidavit says the would-be attackers believed the United States needed to be torn down so it could be rebuilt. The FBI obtained encrypted text messages between roughly 20 participants who shared detailed maps of the area and discussed the need for a safe house and escape routes after the attack. Agents learned about the threat 4 days before the Mixed Martial Arts show on the White House South Lawn.
Believable.
In a post on X, FBI Director Kash Patel said, quote, "Thanks to the rapid action of the FBI, our partners, and the Department of Justice in a multi-state operation, multiple..."
On June 10th, FBI and our law enforcement partners became aware of a potential threat to the UFC America 250 event in Washington, D.C., involving individuals outside of the national capital region. And thanks to the rapid action of this FBI, our partners in the Department of Justice in a multi-state operation, multiple individuals are now in custody and allegedly planned attacks were stopped cold. While the result represented the best of investigative work, it was also nothing out of the ordinary for this law enforcement team. We are built to detect, respond to, and bring to justice those who threaten the lives of American citizens, particularly during large gatherings like the historic UFC 250 fight. That's exactly what we did here. I want to thank our great agents and partners. This work remains ongoing, and we will continue to update the public as permitted. We continue to encourage any American to report anything suspicious at 1-800-CALL-FBI or tips.fbi.gov. Wow. Look at the FBI really doing its job. So thank God we have the FBI. Oh. Without them, this event might have been thwarted by some sort of deranged lunatics. This is totally not an attempt by the FBI in any way to distract from anything at all. Okay? I want everybody to get that right out of their minds. Okay? That will not be coming up later.
Disturbing new details this afternoon about an alleged plot to attack UFC Fight Night on the lawn of the White House, where about 100,000 people, including President Trump, gathered on Sunday. This plot, thankfully, was thwarted after the U.S. Secret Service and FBI uncovered messages discussing the plan. But the investigation is active and ongoing because there are still suspects at large, we are told. As of now, 5 people throughout America, West Virginia, California, Nebraska, Ohio, they're facing charges, including conspiracy to murder and conspiracy to commit an offense against the United States. Illegal. Federal charging documents just released claim that the suspects plotted to kill government officials and others. One document reads, quote, "The co-conspirators discussed using drones to drop explosives on the north side of the White House to create panic and funnel event attendees toward locations where the co-conspirators would have snipers prepared to kill certain high-value targets. The co-conspirators' murder plot appears to have been motivated by their anti-government ideology." As for specifics on that anti-government ideology, court documents indicate that some of the group, quote, may share some Christian-based, unquote, ultra-religious ideology. One of the suspects allegedly said he wanted to target a U.S. senator because that senator had, quote, taken money from the pro-Israel lobby and supports them.
So a super religious, anti-Israel organization. Is that far left? That doesn't sound far left with an action. That sounds like some, Christian nationalist type of shit. This sounds like some more like extremist centrist violence right here, maybe. And that's what's so fascinating about all of this, right? If these alleged attacks are real, it's fascinating how there is this religious angle in each one of them, because none of the leftists, name a leftist aside from, and I mean, nothing against Ben Dixon, but he doesn't exactly do crazy numbers over there. And he's a literal, pastor. But, aside from him, everybody else is, an atheist. Or, at the very most, certainly non-fundamentalist. Right? Sam is, barely practicing Jew, right? There's very little even discussion of people's religious beliefs amongst the left, right? Look at across the spectrum. If anything, it's just leftists constantly criticizing religious people. But the guy, the alleged attacker at the White House Correspondents' Dinner made a whole bunch of Christian-based arguments, and now these attackers, alleged attackers, supposedly Christian fundamentalists, it would seem. It's fascinating. Doesn't sound like a leftist terror plot, which I saw some chatter suggest that this was. Doesn't sound like that at all. And unfortunately for Kash, his successful thwarting of this supposed plot against the UFC 250 Freedom Trump birthday, whatever you call it, thingy here, fortunately that's not distracting. Even just look at the views, right? Combined, the last two videos we watched got 36,000 views combined. This next video got 300,000 in 3 hours. And this story broke earlier today. Claims surrounding an alleged FBI slush fund for loyalists within the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which you will be shocked, as I was when I saw this, because, I don't know about you, but you look at the FBI is currently up to, or some of the stuff it's done in the past, I suppose we could get into all sorts of conversations about this. But did you know? Did you know on the crest? Because I was making this thumbnail earlier today, and so I pulled a bunch of stuff together to to be able to make these thumbnails. I noticed a really interesting thing about the crest of the FBI. Now, I know the FBI stands for Federal Bureau of Investigation, but did you know that beneath this crest here, this little shield with the scales on them, if you look in here, if you just zoom in, hold on, please hold. If you just zoom in here, notice these three words: fidelity, bravery, and integrity. 3 words that could not be more meaningless under this Trump administration. And with stories like this, Credos like that are being actively undermined on the daily.
Hi there, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in the East. The desire to create a slush fund to reward political loyalists doesn't appear to start and stop with Donald J. Trump. Shocking new reporting by MS Now's Ken Delanian finds that embattled FBI Director Kash Patel stands accused of using more than $1 million in taxpayer funds to reward the FBI agents who went after Patel's enemies and who covered up Kash Patel's misbehavior in office.
Oh my God. Fidelity, bravery, and integrity. Now, if I recall correctly, fidelity means truth, right? We all know I think what bravery and integrity mean. Integrity. We need more integrity. It seems like we have a real lack of integrity here at the FBI. Bonuses for covering up Kash Patel's misconduct. That seems to hit all three, actually, right? It's if you cover up the truth, the fidelity part, because Kash isn't brave enough to face his own actions over here. Well, you can sell your integrity for a bunch of money, apparently. Get a sweet bonus. Oh, wow. Truly impressive stuff here.
Weakening our nation's chief law enforcement agency in the process. Our Ken Delanian reports this about a letter that ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, Congressman Jamie Raskin, sent to Kash Patel. It reads, quote, "The letter says the money went to special agents serving on his director's advisory team, which Raskin's letter describes as, quote, a curated group of agents who are willing to carry out your unlawful partisan and personal orders. It went to agents on Patel's security detail, quote, circumventing the mandatory maximum pay caps established by..."
Circumventing the mandatory maximum pay caps established by statute. Otherwise known as a crime.
Illegal.
Illegally going around the maximum allowable pay. Just turning on the money cannon over here. Blasting it at the most loyal FBI recruits. It's fascinating. Oh, no. Oh, that's even worse. By issuing these side payments, your office may be knowingly breaking federal law. Oh, God. That does sound disturbing.
By issuing these side payments, your office may be knowingly breaking the federal law, the letter says. In some cases, nearly 8,000 payments have been made to multiple, nearly $8,000 payments have been made to multiple individuals every 2-week pay period, despite many of the beneficiaries of your selective generosity already maxing out on a federal employee's salary. The letter goes on to say it is unclear exactly how.
In a less confusing way, that's $4,000 a week. That's $16,000 a month. Or what is that? $186,000 a year in bonuses? Hold on. No, more than that. It's like $200,000. Hold on. $4,000 a week times 52. That's 208,000? Is it 208,000? That is 208 fucking $1,000.
This
employee's salary. The letter goes on to say it is unclear exactly how much each of the agents has received, but adds this, quote, "We can confirm that numerous loyalist employees have received at least 5 such payments in consecutive pay periods, amounting to nearly $40,000 per agent. We can also confirm you have depleted this reserve at such a frenzied rate that some of the payments have bounced back from exhausted accounts." Here's more from that stunning letter from Congressman Jamie Raskin. Quote, "We know the agents on your director's advisory team, perhaps better known as the Payback Squad, given their reported willingness to pursue political targets and overlook pesky legal obstacles like probable cause, have received a significant amount of these funds. These Payback Squad lieutenants have repaid your corrupt general."
I mean, this is an insane description. If true, it means that Kash Patel has like his own group of FBI agents that are effectively like what is the fucking comparison I was about to use? I totally just blanked on it. Like yeah, like they're like hitmen almost, right? Like, I mean, his own personal like vendetta team to go after his enemies. It's insane. Like, I mean, you're giving these guys an extra $200,000 a year to do your bidding and cover up your tracks from your crimes, to go after the people it is disturbing. I wish I could remember because it was actually really good. I felt like it was a good comparison. I can't think of it now. My brain is broken. How can we have this you can't. I mean, you can't have this in a democracy. You can't have the head investigator in the country, like the top cop in all of America, or in just any country, acting in a flippant manner with regards to the law and taxpayer funds. And we've already seen, this is not the first time we've had issues with Kash. I mean, where do we even start? I mean, we got the fucking Epstein files. You got the Valhalla thing with Charlie. You got the G6 trips, the private jet trips for his girlfriend's concerts, use of FBI agents as taxi services and bodyguard services for his girlfriend and girlfriend's friends, and now this. I mean, of course, I'm skipping over the fact that there was that allegation that Kash Patel was locked up in his office drunk, afraid of losing his job, and there were employees considered using a battering ram to get into his office due to concerns over his what do you call it? His state, his physical state, with genuine concerns for that. And then, of course, Dan Bongino, who was, I mean, these guys, they first went in there, they were like, I mean, they were two peas in a pod. And all of a sudden, I mean, Dan's gone. I mean, he has run this FBI into the goddamn trash heap.
By polygraphing FBI employees, including members of your security detail and information technology personnel suspected of not fully participating in the cover-up of your excessive drinking habits and erratic behavior, such as the famous episode in which you locked yourself out of your computer, panicked, and then told staff and allies that you had been fired. For their part, The agents on your security detail have also witnessed your indiscretions. When joining you.
Exactly. There's been so many instances of indiscretions. That's exactly the right word. Indiscretions. And of course, I almost forgot just now about the, booze-filled Italy trip to the Milan Olympics. How did I forget that? She just loves hockey so much, our FBI director. He had to cover himself in beer. It was a champagne. I can't remember what it was. He just likes to party. But I'm not sure that's conducive to being the director of the FBI. I'm just saying. People complain about James Comey. I just don't remember Comey doing any of this stuff. You know? Am I the only one? What's fascinating is that as of the writing of this is a story right here from Forbes breaking news, the FBI still hasn't responded for comment, which I find fascinating. I mean, Kash always has so much stuff to say, you know? I mean, are people following me on this? Like, how many times has Kash Patel tweeted something he wasn't supposed to, or said something that wound up causing serious problems, right? Like, he's got no filter, right? He's demonstrated that many times. So the fact that the FBI is like, actually, we got nothing on this. Thank you very much. Raskin asked Patel to provide documentation of any payments and communications regarding the payments, though since Democrats are in the minority on the House Judiciary Committee, he can't subpoena Patel for those documents without Republicans' approval. FBI has not yet responded to a request for comment. It's unclear whether Patel will provide any documentation as requested. If he doesn't, Democrats would likely have to wait to potentially subpoena for documents next year, should they regain control of the House in the November midterms. Crucial quote, quote, "It is not clear whether these bonus payments have simply been a corrupt attempt to slide cash to friends, or whether they are also meant to ensure the silence of the agents who witnessed your inebriation and accompanying professional negligence and misconduct," Raskin wrote in his letter to Patel, referencing reporting in The Atlantic suggesting that Patel has a drinking problem, which the FBI director has decried as false. Yes. He's decried a lot of stuff, though, so... The DOJ has done a lot of decrying in the recent past, and it's actually a little hard to take them seriously now.
The Dow right now is over, the Dow is over 50.
Yeah. And meanwhile, the Justice Department is opening up investigations not into the conduct of the FBI director, but into the governor of California. For what reason? It's not entirely clear.
Donald Trump is simply the most corrupt president in American history.
Democratic California Governor Gavin Newsom said Monday that the Justice Department is investigating him and his wife, accusing the Trump administration of targeting him for political purposes as he weighs a presidential bid. Newsom, a longtime political rival of the Republican president, said in a video posted on X that federal agents in recent days have knocked on the doors of his friends and former employees and have asked for records, quote, not because they found a crime, but because they're simply trying to find one.
Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president, because he hates that I've consistently called him out over and over again for his lies and deceit.
The full details of any investigation related to Newsom were not immediately clear. A person familiar with the matter confirmed that there are multiple federal investigations into people around Newsom, including one related to his wife's taxes. It's the latest known Justice Department investigation related to one of Trump's foes.
Yep. Justice Department opening up a broad investigation into the governor of California for what seems like political retaliation. Which I find to be a strange decision. It would be hilarious to see Trump read mean tweets. Yeah, once we put him in jail, that should be his punishment, right? Like, for every mean tweet that he reads, he'll get like 2 minutes off of his sentence. And it has to be live streamed. And he has to wear a little dress. A little dress while he does it. In other news, the DOJ has charged 15 people in Minnesota for protesting.
Illegal.
This is the very
right now,
definition
we're monitoring breaking news out of Minneapolis.
totalitarianism.
15 people are facing federal charges tied to what prosecutors say was a coordinated effort to interfere with immigration enforcement operations in Minnesota. Our Barrett Leone joins us live from the federal courthouse in Minneapolis with the details. Barrett.
Hi, Shayla. Yeah, we just heard from U.S. Attorney for Minnesota, Daniel Rosen, within the last half hour. He tells us that 12 people were arrested this morning. One person was already in custody, and 2 are still wanted fugitives at this point. All 15 people charged are from the Twin Cities, and they're facing multiple charges, including conspiracy to impede federal officers and assault on a federal officer, among other charges. Now, according to investigators, the defendants are members or associates of Direct Action Minnesota. Prosecutors describe them as using militant tactics against federal law enforcement and refer to them as Antifa. The indictment focuses on incidents in January and March, alleging members used homemade shields over and other barricades to block officers at the Whipple Federal Building. Officials also allege some members followed and surveilled federal officers, including one member that tracked an officer from Minnesota into Wisconsin. The feds stress there's a clear distinction between peaceful protests and criminal conduct.
To those who choose to threaten or harm federal officers, we will hold you accountable. We will defend federal officers. We will protect the public. We will enforce the law.
Let me be clear. Peaceful protest is a protected right and a cornerstone of our democracy. We respect and defend that right. However, there's a clear line that cannot be crossed.
So here you go. Homeland Security. And Minnesota's own Attorney General working together to prosecute peaceful protesters.
Give me a joke.
Yep. I think you have a chance to vote out the Attorney General of Minnesota this month, next month? I think next month. Actually, August? When is Minnesota? Just sworn Minnesota. Oh, is that one of the ones that already happened? That might be one of the ones that already fucking happened, isn't it? No, here it is. Yeah, it is August. It's mid-August. I think you have a chance to vote out the Attorney General of Minnesota. I haven't been following the Attorney General's race in Minnesota, but I should probably look into it. I'm sure people are already on top of it there. Well, we're talking about ICE protesters being attacked by the DOJ for their First Amendment rights. Talk about another man, specific person, one individual who's being threatened for his First Amendment rights. His use of his First Amendment rights, that being Trita Parsi, who was recently targeted on, I think, Twitter mostly, by Barry Weiss and, what's her name? Laura Loomer, I think. Asking Mark Wayne Mullins or something to deport him from the country.
We do want to shift now, sir, just to this deportation story. Just put B7 up here on the screen. This was the initial Free Press story from about 6 days ago. Will the U.S. deport Trita Parsi from Jay Solomon, who I believe was fired in disgrace, if I recall, is one of the Washington's most quoted opponents of the Iran war. The administration is weighing whether to revoke his green card, with some officials arguing he isn't just another pundit. Tell us a little bit about, were you caught off guard by this? Did you have some rumblings that something like this was going to happen? And, what's been the general result now that it's been public for 6 days?
Thanks, Sagar, and thank you guys again for the petition and my support. I deeply, deeply appreciate that. So we knew that something was coming in the Free Press. They had reached out. We had no interest in talking to them. We don't consider them to be a legitimate outlet in any way, shape, or form. But also we knew that Laura Loomer had been tweeting for a couple of weeks now, trying to get me deported. And obviously she has a track record of every once in a while getting her way. So we knew that there was an escalation of their attempts to silence me. As I write in my Substack piece about this, they've been trying to silence and cancel me for more than 25 years. The only difference now is that they're really going much further and trying to actually deport me, or at least they say. But what was really fascinating here is that within hours of this report coming out, the State Department came out and denied it.
Actually, I want to go back to something because I just realized that's not the Attorney General. That's the State Attorney. These are two different jobs. I misread the chevron on that last clip. That's not the AG. It's not the AG. And he doesn't serve at the will of the AG or the governor, I don't think. I think the state attorney is part of the DOJ's office, so basically he's appointed by, I think, Todd Blanche. I don't know who appointed this guy. It was probably like Donald Trump. Yeah, it was Donald Trump himself. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Never mind. No, it's a completely different situation. You can't vote him out. I take it back.
And which is extremely unusual. But they came out and said that they don't have any plans, at least now, to deport me. And part of the reason why that happened is partly because of this public backlash that occurred, which was completely organic. We had nothing to do with it. And partly because there were elements inside the Trump administration that opposed this as well. And I think that led to this very unusual move of the State Department coming out and denying and essentially just completely blowing that story away. It was all based on one unnamed source in the State Department. And as I heard from some people inside, it may actually have been a rogue actor that hoped that by getting this story out there, it could trigger an investigation rather than there actually having been an investigation to begin with. But for now, it does seem to me that this backfired on them. But I don't think that they have given up. Just like with this fight against the JCPOA and the nuclear deal, they will continue. And what I think is absolutely clear is that they can't win an argument. Clearly, they can't win a war either. So all they have is the attempt to try to cancel and silence people.
Mm-hmm. Well,
yeah, exactly. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like they are pursuing this ridiculous plan of deporting Trita Parsi at this point. All right, people, we are an hour into the stream. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and if you enjoy the show, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. All good ways to help out. Still got a fairly sizable galactic deficit that we have to solve here. Only half the month left. Only half the month left, but like 2/3 of the goal left still to complete. Yeah, but just like Trita Parsi, we're under threat over here of not of being deported, but of being unable to pay the bills right now. All right, let's move on to this next clip. See how some people are reacting to the continued threat of ICE, who have now, of course, just received, what was it, 100 billion? 150 billion? From this latest funding passed by Congress.
All right, so we got to talk about this here, man. So shout out to Status Quo and Jordan Sheridan. They're on the ground in New Jersey at Delaney Hall, where you have a hunger strike going on, where all these people held in this ICE concentration camp are protesting the horrific conditions that they're in. So you have a bunch of people slammed into a cell that's way too many for that area. You have like 1 or 2 toilets that are clogged and disgusting. You have people getting sick left and right and all over the place. You have moldy food that they're being given. It's just totally inhumane conditions, violating people's constitutional rights. It's cruel and unusual punishment. It's just a horrible, horrible thing to see. You have families being torn apart. You have people showing up. You have, kids that are having panic attacks and people that are suicidal because the family's being ripped apart. Just a horrible thing. One person talked on camera to Jordan and Status Quo, and then ICE caught wind of that, and they wanted to retaliate against them, and so they banned them from seeing their family member. This is just... It's literal, like, modern-day fascist shit. This is fascism. It's here. It's here. It's happening, right? And it's in the flavor of anti-immigrant insanity, okay? Let's start with this clip here. Again, shout out to Status Quo and Jordan Sheridan. Donald Trump is the Antichrist. You are his soldiers. So here we go. This is from the protest outside, and let's see what we have.
I'm from frickin' out here. I'm from Kansas. We're gonna come from wherever the fuck it takes. My full name is Robert Cody Billings, and I'm not afraid of any of you. Donald Trump is the Antichrist, and you are his soldiers, you fucking losers! What if they kidnap your kids? What if they kidnap your mom?
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
What if they kidnap you?
That's a great question. What if they kidnap your kids? What if they kidnap your mom? What if they kidnap you? Well, they don't think about it like that because it's not happening to them, so they don't care. Look at this. Bombshell. Report reveals ICE has separated over 100,000 children from their families. 100,000. So this is a ProPublica article. More than 100,000 kids have had a parent detained in immigration sweeps, report estimates. Since the Trump administration doesn't track how many children have been separated from their parents by immigration detention, a Brookings report tried to calculate it, and it cited ProPublica's reporting. So this is incredible, incredible stuff that we're talking about here. They say, in response to the Brookings findings, the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE, sent an oft-repeated statement that the agency does not separate families, adding that parents are asked if they want to be removed with their children or instead to have them placed with a person the parent designates. DHS said this is consistent with the practices of past administrations. However, guidelines for ICE officers encountering parents have changed. A document known as the Parental Interest Directive was given a new name under Trump, the Detained Parents Directive. Its preamble, which once instructed agents to handle immigrants and parents in a way that was, quote, humane.
Yep. I think Kyle goes into it later, but this is just more of the Trump administration's intentionally cruel immigration policy intended to cause suffering and for people to just leave the country. Okay, let's see a little bit more from this clip. Kyle's always on Twitter finding the best clips.
This is a nightmare. This is an absolute nightmare. Okay, here we have another protester, family member of somebody inside the concentration camp, outside of it, screaming at the ICE agents. Here we go.
You should be ashamed of the job that you guys have.
Yeah.
Shame on you, my brother. Shame on you for the job that you picked.
The victim with their Glock.
Shame on you. Shame on you for the job that you picked.
90
There's
rounds of
traitors out here, and this is the job that you picked?
The victim with their
You're supposed to be our brothers and sisters of color.
Apart.
Of color. You're of color.
With their body armor and their
And this is the job that you picked. Shame on you. Shame on you.
By the way, we covered the other day, again, shout out to Status Quo and Jordan Sheridan. They got the video. It was a protester outside who got shoved into an...
Okay. Thank you, Kyle. You know, I watched too much South Park growing up because whenever I say Kyle's name, like, I feel like inherently I think of like Cartman. Thank you, Kyle. Very, very helpful. Okay. Should go back to Minnesota. Because even though the DOJ has been charging Minnesotans for simply opposing immigration enforcement, people are continuing to protest. As you can see in this video from just a few hours ago, posted by the Associated Press. Yes, indeed. People in Minnesota saying it loud. Immigrants welcome here. While would seem like either CBP or ICE agents trying to bear spray them and throw them to the ground. Basically just physically assault them for no apparent reason. I guess for yelling.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Do I watch the Kyle and Corin show? No. Oh, the Kyle and Corin show. The Kyle and Corin show. I've watched it. I wouldn't say I watch it frequently. Mostly just because I feel like it's mostly just, you know. It's not, my life is consumed by news, and I feel like that's mostly just sort of a lot of like pop culture stuff, where they're talking basketball or whatever else, and it's fun, but not necessarily informative. And even when I'm not doing the show, I can rarely find time to be like, you want to be more, let's watch something that's not, for another stream. That's basically my life. I get done streaming and then I start preparing for the next stream. Now, of course, ICE funding earlier led to a government shutdown. A partial government shutdown. And even though Republicans just passed funding for ICE, there is still the looming rest of the budget, which I think, God, how much longer do they have on this puppy right now? 3 months? I think September? I can't remember the exact date on when the deadline is. But they've been funding the government at 175 days at a time. Right? And that government funding deadline's coming up soon. John Thune, Senate Majority Leader, asked by reporters what the likelihood of another government funding showdown and Republicans being forced to pass funding budget reconciliation rather than appropriations.
Do you see yourself staring down the likelihood of another one or two or more cigars, and how does that impact your ability to secure other goals such as defense supplemental, farm bill, 815 legislation?
Well, I think right now it's pretty clear the Democrats don't want to play ball on a normal appropriations process. Susan Collins, the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, has now, I think, made 3 offers to the Democrats on a top line, wants to move appropriations bills out of the committee, is getting zero cooperation from the Democrats, either with respect to what the top line numbers ought to be by subcommittee, or for that matter, an agreement on poison pill amendments, which is something that's always characterized the appropriations process. Both sides agree to that to keep the appropriations process moving forward. And so, yeah, I'm concerned about that because it seems to me, at least, that what Chuck Schumer and the Democrats want more than anything else is another government shutdown.
Oh, the Democrats just want another government shutdown. Is that why Chuck Schumer has on multiple occasions? I love this claim from John because it's completely verifiably false, right? Like, that is not, Chuck Schumer doesn't want a government shutdown. And in fact, he has conspired to keep the government open even when it was the assumed path, when it was the assumed best expected, the best expected possible outcome would have been a government shutdown. And he crafted a way to get a number of Democrat senators who had their foot out the door and or like centrists to get on board. Right? Like, you got like Angus King and like 7 other Democrats to vote last year to avoid shutdown. Like, he's had multiple opportunities, in fact. If I recall correctly, it was 2 different opportunities last year. Eventually, this year with the ICE funding, it came to a head. But like, they had the opportunity like twice last year, and they said, no, it would be too hard. We can't do it. It would be, we can't. Like, literally, the very thing that would have given them leverage, they said was too much. Can't do that. It's too much to have leverage and use it. It's better to look your opponent in the eye with the leverage in hand and say, let's just be friends. They'll respect that more. Speaking of centrist do-nothing dino Democrats, remember this lady? Oh, that didn't have quite the effect for vertical. I forgot to switch. I forgot that everybody saw it over on vertical. That was my bad. Look, I'm not perfect. Hillary Clinton.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
She had a fascinating take here. Now, as we know, 2 weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks ago? When was it? I just want to be accurate. That was last week. So it was 7 days ago. Last Tuesday, we had a primary election in 4 different states. In the great state of Maine, one man took it down by like 60 points in a massive landslide in a primary election for the Democratic Party. I'm, of course, talking about Graham Plattner. The next, hopefully, senator from the state of Maine, going up against Susan Collins. Hillary Clinton asked the question, would you vote for Graham Plattner?
To win the Senate, one of the seats that the Democrats have to win is in Maine. How do you feel about him?
I feel about him the way I feel about any candidate. I want to see what kind of candidate he actually turns out to be. The bumps on the road.
He's
that
already
he has experienced.
Did you hear that? This is June 15th. This is from yesterday, Monday. 6 days after the primary election. The blue no matter who. You have to be with her. Right? Remember all that shit? Oh my fucking God. It's incredible. It's incredible how fucking tone deaf these centrists really are. This fucking guy just won in a landslide Democratic primary. And Hillary Clinton is over here. I gotta see how his campaign goes. Or I might, what, support Susan Collins? And yeah, that's basically what it is. It is what it is. It is literally what we're talking about here. It's the same thing like that happened with Andrew Cuomo. He lost the Democratic primary, and then fucking psychopaths like Hillary, were like, I can't remember she personally, but people like her were coming out and being like, oh, actually, I'm going to support Andrew still as an independent, They're gonna come out and they're gonna try and convince fucking what's her name? I already forgotten her name. That's how unimportant she is. Who was Graham's fucking incompetent number 2 opponent? She's so unimportant that I've already forgotten her name because she lost by 60 points. But Hillary is still on the fence about who to support between a Republican. I mean, just listen to it. What is she saying? I mean, am I wrong? Is that not what she's saying?
Things he has said.
Bumps on the road?
Go back.
To win the Senate,
Yeah.
one of the seats that the Democrats have to win is in Maine. How do you feel about him?
I feel about him the way I feel about any candidate. I want to see what kind of candidate he actually turns out to be. The bumps on the road.
I want to see what sort of candidate he turns out to be. Janet Mills, thank you. Janet Mills, exactly. They're going to try and get Janet Mills to come out and fucking run like a fucking independent race, even though she dropped out. Like, I mean, they are so determined to not give up on their ideology. Their ideology of money in politics is good for me. Not you and me, but them, right? and centrism, right? Like, that's basically all it is. It's like, oh, we have to get along on funding the military and Israel, and then we'll disagree on some other stuff. And it's just, I am so sick. I'm so sick of watching this garbage come. Honestly, it's expected, but it still blows my mind every time. It still blows my mind every time that they are so politically incapable. Right? That these people who we've been told are like political geniuses that we have to listen to all the fucking time. They can't even kind of compete. And they're proving to everybody that is they aren't the opposition that they've claimed to be all this time, right? They're proving it over and over again. When you see leftists win in Democratic primaries, all of a sudden people like Hillary Clinton come out and are like, actually, I can't support the Democrat. It's like, wait, last election and the election before that, and for 30 elections before that, you and everybody else that you hang out with has been telling us blue no matter who. And now you're telling us, actually, maybe we should consider Susan Collins? Basically, it's unhinged. But it's the billionaire, Republican-hugging, centrist Dems that have brought us Donald Trump. Maybe we should stop embracing those people so much, or maybe at all. Because they refuse to change. They have refused to allow change to happen. They're spending millions, billions of dollars in this primary election. I think it's up to $1 billion at least at this point to try and prevent change from happening. The fact is, they really aren't all that smart. A lot of it's just a combination of luck and privilege. As was demonstrated in this podcast. While discussing the latest elections in California.
The way that billionaires are held in some type of regard and the implication that they're brilliant in some way, and that's the way that they obtain their money, as opposed to being sort of like, you know, probably B students, maybe some connections and maybe some business savvy, and then a lot of luck and also a tremendous amount of exploitation, but then just the arrogance that comes with it. This is the same guy, Chamath Palihapitiya, who complained that the Biden administration would not take his calls and listen to him because he had donated money. And when he was called out on it, he said, well, more or less said, I'm a genius. Why wouldn't the Biden administration want my advice for something, as if it wasn't the money that he thought bought him this access? Here he is on the All In podcast with Jason Calacanis, or what is it?
Well, it's Jason Calacanis and Chamath Palihapitiya, and this is at least this is Chamath's podcast.
Oh, it is Chamath's? Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is his stupid podcast. Yeah.
Okay, and they're talking about the fact that Spencer Pratt came in third in the LA mayoral race. And to be clear, remember, LA has a 50-point plus Democratic majority. It's something like 75 to 25%. And they think it is really suspect that Spencer Pratt did not win this race or come in second.
Then they don't want to be put in that camp. It's so true. I'm for mathematical and statistical literacy. And what happened here is mathematically and statistically
So nobody has any
impossible.
steel man or concept of how this could have happened.
I can tell you the statistical odds that this would have happened, and it's 1 in a trillion.
Now, as somebody who was at one time working on a science degree, I didn't complete it, but I will say this much. If you want to talk about mathematical and statistical literacy, you make a claim, such as this is a 1 in a trillion possibility. If you do that in, I don't know, a classroom, so people are going to ask you to verify that claim. They're going to be like, hey, Chamath, could you show us the math, the statistical probability? Could you plot it out for us? How it is you've come to this conclusion? Show us your work, right? Unfortunately, as you'll see here, he shows us none of his work, and he just makes a claim because he hasn't actually done any of the statistical or mathematical work to come to this claim. He's just making it. He's just a billionaire who can just make a stupid fucking claim on his podcast because he's got nothing better to do. And he doesn't have to, he doesn't have to say anything relevant. Like, this podcast could be completely meaningless for absolutely forever. And never make a cent. Spend more on rent over here or whatever. I don't know where this must be, in his like bedroom or something. His like 5th bedroom, 17th bedroom. I don't know, whatever it is. I'm sure he doesn't have to rent it.
Okay. What if?
So are you telling me the 1 in a trillion shot hit?
I'm asking if there is any. I'm not.
Just this one time?
I'm not. I'm asking if there's anybody who steelmans this in any way. I'm asking for the integrity of
Why is it so psychologically important for you to cling to the idea?
It's not.
That
I'm asking a question for debate.
That California elections are completely corruption-free after all the things they've clearly done to corrupt them.
The answer to
no
your question is
voter
not,
ID. You admit There's like, it's chock full of loopholes.
You asked me, why am I holding on to it? I'm not holding on to it. For the purpose of discussion and having an intellectually honest discussion, I am asking the three of you if you've heard or if you have any theory, just for the rigorousness of the discussion. This isn't my position.
Where are all the democracy protectors in the media now? They
Yeah, I
all
think
said
the
that they
media
were
is irrelevant
they were
too
the
here.
guardian. They were the
Nobody
guardians
cares.
of democracy. They're
Pause.
gonna
I just
protect
want you to
democracy.
understand what we're witnessing here. 4 people who think that they are the gods of they are the masters of the universe, that they are going so far to have an intellectually sound and rigorous conversation. None of them have seemed to have done any reading on this whatsoever. They want to steal money. They want to show how sort of like intellectually generous they are by steelmilling the idea, Manning, the idea that somehow late-breaking mail-in ballots could go so overwhelmingly Democratic. It is an overwhelmingly Democratic city. Democrats traditionally vote more by mail because of the Republican essentially agenda to demonize mail-in balloting. We know that the counting takes a long time because they allow ballots up to 5 or 6 days if they are postmarked on the day of the election. It may not be the most sort of valuable and useful process, but that's what they do.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the math for a second, right? Because, like, if you're gonna go out there, you're gonna make the claim. Sorry, did not mean to do that. If you're gonna make the claim that the it's like a 1 in a trillion shot, and not back it up at all, right? Like, you gotta at least make it clear that you're being disingenuous, because that's exactly what's happening there, right? Like, it's incredibly disingenuous and wrong. Like, even like first off, let's just go with this, right? Let's go with this example, right? Like, this has to be theoretical or hypothetical, because I don't have, or theoretical because I don't have the fucking numbers in front of me. I didn't follow it on Kalshi, right? But, you know, like on Kalshi, let's assume that there was, and I'm like 100% sure that there was in fact a Kalshi like prediction odds market for the LA mayor's race, right? I can almost guarantee you that Spencer Pratt didn't have 100%. I can guarantee it wasn't 100 to 0 to 0 to 0 to 0 to 0 to like, there's like 20 candidates or more in the mayor's race for LA, right? And you're telling me that there's a 1,000,000,000 to 1 chance that he didn't make it? It's a little weird. Right now, like the percentage of him winning, let's just assume that was 33, 34, 35, maybe 40%. I don't know, right? But let's assume that the chances of him making it to the top 2 was higher than that, right? If that was, you know, like say the chances according to Kalshi, and once again, Kalshi is not an actual statistical likelihood, right? Like, we are just going based upon, like, nonsense. But we can't, I don't know what the statistical likelihood of him actually winning was. I didn't sit here and do the math, and neither did fucking Chamath fucking Palapatia did. Right? Like, he didn't show us shit. But the fact is, you know, even if it was like a 60% chance, the likelihood of that not happening, right? It's 40%. Right? I mean, literally, what is, you know, what is 100 minus 60%, right? It's 40%, right? So 40% of 100 is 40%. So 40% is like, you know, like there was probably some fairly high percentage chance that he in fact wasn't going to make it, right? I don't know what it was, right? But as Sam has just pointed out, LA is a very, as fucking Republicans constantly remind us of on every other occasion, aside from right now when it comes to this one race, is a fucking wildly blue city filled with woke leftists all over the place. Is the home of Hassan Biker and Gavin Newsom, you know? Oh, God. But then a Republican loses in one race, and they lose their fucking minds. It's just petty. It's just petty nonsense that's not based in reality.
They need to be postmarked on the day, though. It doesn't matter, you know, and it doesn't, that makes them eligible to be counted. And also, they so rigorously check signatures that it takes a long time for those ballots to be counted. And the idea that Democrats will be voting more by mail and later seems to be completely impossible for them to understand. But you just listen a little bit more as they sort of flagellate or they fillet each other.
The purpose of discussion and having an intellectually honest discussion, I am asking the three of you if you've heard or if you have any theory, just for the rigorousness of the discussion. This isn't my position.
Where are all the democracy protectors in the media now? They all said that they were the guardians of democracy. They're going to protect democracy. Where are they to ask questions?
The only theory that
Listen to how much these guys are fucking hyperventilating over here. It's like three of the weirdest guys having a freak out over literally nothing. A claim that a guy just made with zero evidence for it. 1 trillion to 1. Oh my God, where are the democracy lovers now? Democracy is under threat. Chamath just told us it's 1 trillion to 1 chance that this happened. That is proof. That is proof.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
I think of, I'll steal a minute myself, because I think you do need to be rigorous about these discussions.
You go ahead first. Yeah.
The only thing I can think of is her ground game is more sophisticated because they've been at it longer than Spencer Pratt, and he didn't have a ground game that took this in since he's a non-traditional first-time candidate. That's the only thing I can think of.
Is sophisticated a coded word for he wasn't bribing Skid Row homeless junkies?
No, he just has it. He doesn't have an election machine to collect ballots.
Wow. That's an incredibly classist remark from a billionaire douchebag piece of shit. I know that he probably on his way to his Silicon Valley office has to like step over like a homeless person once in a while who, you know, can't afford to eat while he, you know, goes and does some sort of hostile takeover of some other, you know, company. I don't know what the fuck this guy does. But what a fucking hostile, like classist fucking response. Oh, you mean paying homeless bums on Skid Row to go vote? First off, I would like to point something out. Homeless bums on Skid Row are American citizens, and they have every right to vote. And that would not be a crime, technically, to pay them to vote. It would be a crime to pay them to vote for someone in particular. But like homeless bums on Skid Row happening to vote one way or another is not a crime in and of itself. The way he talks about it as if it is pretty fucked up. This guy should really check himself.
Being Skid Row homeless junkies?
No, he just has it. He doesn't have an election machine to collect ballots, and collecting ballots is legal.
Exactly.
That's the question.
She had a better cheating operation, obviously. We're saying the same thing. We're not actually saying anything different.
That's true. Can you pause it? I just the amount of this circle jerk between these guys that know nothing. Why don't just a theory? You have an election expert on who can explain how this isn't a statistical improbability that could have only happened 1 in a trillion times, you dumbass.
Yeah, or how about we talk about how Elon Musk was handing out $1 million checks to get people to go vote? Is that worse than getting homeless junkies on Skid Row to vote? What's the difference?
Lying expert?
Like, or I don't know if you if you were to analyze the statistics about this, yeah, they sound like 12-year-old boys. This has happened before. This is because there have been California elections before where this has happened before, where the late ballots break for Democrats, break for progressives. This happens every time. And I was reading and listening to David Dayen before the election even happened say this is how it's going to go because of how the demographics break down.
Yeah, and well, here's the thing about the elections, right? Like, okay, so you're telling me the Democrats stole this election, right? So Democrats went here. They went hold on. Is this the right one? Wait, how did I get here? Good God. So they stole this election. Democrats, nasty Democrats.
I'm staying in the race.
They stole this election. But actually, there's 2 points I'd like to make. All right, you look here. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 and 2 in the same race. 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. So you're telling me that Democrats stole the LA mayor's race. They're more concerned about stealing the LA mayor's race than the House races that actually determine policy at a federal level. And allowed 44 GOP candidates, including, I would point out, this fucking fiasco. Where was it? In District 40, where you have 2 GOP candidates in the same goddamn district running in the general. No, 0 Democrats running here. Right? You're telling me that the Democrats were fine with that? The election stealing Democrats were fine with those 40 Republicans going ahead, including one race where there's no chance for Democrats to win at all in the general. Fascinating. I'd also like to ask, why are Republicans only upset about this one? Because there's also, what's fascinating is that like the House district provides so many responses to this. Why are they not focused on any of these races? Like in District 4, District 7, in District 11, 12, 14, District... You get the point. This is 34, 37... Where there's only Democrats. Why aren't they saying that that's Democrats stealing the election there? The fact is if they talked about the House election at all, they would immediately be met with this, like, all of these contradictions to their claims that make no sense. And then, you know, and then they'd be like, okay, so they stole this one, but then they gave this other one completely to Republicans. Oh, these fucking devious Democrats.
I'm staying in the race.
Oh, these devious Democrats doing all of these things to throw us off and confuse us. Okay, now let's switch over here. We got mixed news in the Oklahoma primaries. which the results have almost all come in now. It would appear. Good and bad results. We'll start in the House. So we got 5 races we talked about earlier in the House. Democrats, Croissant here was no challenger, was going straight to the general. Eric Turwey unfortunately lost in the second, getting red on his name. Jules Roberson also losing in the third. Mitchell Jacob winning in the fourth. Unfortunately, Trey Martin losing in the fifth. That one was actually a little shocking to me. I thought he would win, but lost by 6,000 votes here. Fairly close margins. He was a first-time running candidate, but honestly, for a first-time candidate, pretty good. But I honestly thought he would do better. And Nikila Jasmine Thomas, who I actually forgot to talk about yesterday, winning in the Senate race big time. The People Over Profits campaign, although I do think she's got a serious uphill battle. I'm just looking at the numbers in the primary. Republicans way outvoting Democrats here in Oklahoma. It's not shocking. It's gone red in every single election going back like 20 years. It'll take a lot to change that in the general. Could happen, but it's going to require an independence to get involved. No doubt. I think there must have been more than 350 votes. I was looking at it, and I think they're all in now. It's like close to 350 here, I think. And only like 200, less than 200,000 here, I think. 150? Like half as many votes in the Democratic primary. But once again, there's some huge portion of Democrats, unregistered voters, who could register between now and the general, or who are already registered and just didn't vote in the primaries because of their unaffiliated party status. So it's like 2 of 5 wins. We're just not counting the first one because that was just a no primary situation. That's not bad. I'm not mad at that. I was kind of expecting a different result in the 5th. Like I said, like I really did think Trey Martin had what it would take to get across the finish line in Oklahoma, but apparently not. I don't know what happened there. In a very strong platform and really good ad campaign and bunch, like a bunch of stuff that I thought were going to be winning recipes. That I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not.
That's too much, man. WSNT_me gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Wasn't me. Thank you for the gifted sub to goddamn Melon Kuma. It was you gifting that sub. I'm sure of it. We're making a teeny tiny bit of progress on the galactic content goal. So we'll have the vast majority of it to complete.
WSNT_me just cheered 300 bits.
It was you, wasn't me, donating even more to the galactic content goal. 300 biddies. Much appreciated. Okay. What does that get us to? Like 20% of the way through it, I think? Not bad. Not bad. We still got time to complete the galactic content goal. Here on this birthday week stream. All right, whose birthday are we celebrating today, aside from mine? I guess it's Tupac. Tupac's birthday. Well, it was Tupac's birthday. But now it's already Wednesday. Right. Oh boy. Hype Train just got started on Twitch just now. Let's go.
Yeah!
Let's go.
WSNT_me just cheered 1,000 bits.
Good God, wasn't me just making it rain bits over on Twitch. 1,000. Well, that definitely moves us along. What is that? God, I think we must be almost at 33, like a third of the way through the goal, maybe, or more. No, we're doing good though. We're making progress, serious progress. Good Lord. All right.
That's too much, man.
WSNT_me gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Wow. Wasn't me, it was you who's having their own freaking dono party on Twitch right now. Now, just a reminder, everybody, Twitch is not the only place you can donate. We got Cash App, PayPal. You can contribute to physical, actual items on Throne. Stuff like snacks and drinks. As most of you know, I drink a lot of tea around here. I need sustenance to stay alive. Other stuff I've added on to the Throne recently. I replenished the Throne with a bunch of smallish items. Most of them under like $15 or something like that. R.I.P. Tupac. Yep, R.I.P. This is Tupac's birthday on June 16th. June 17th birthdays include, apparently, Paulina Rubio. I have no idea who the heck that is. And Newt Gingrich. Rough birthdays for June 17th, I'm afraid. Aww. Look, not every day has great celebrity birthdays, okay? You know, last night, John Cho and Tupac, actually.
WSNT_me just cheered 200 bits.
Good God, more bits. Wasn't me. We are at, making serious progress on that hype train. Level 2 hype train right now. Half of the way through it already. Got 2.5 minutes to get to level 3. All right, moving on from billionaires not understanding how elections work to people who are not billionaires struggling with everyday shit. And there's a disturbing trend. One that I think we've kind of talked about, but is coming to fruition. That is the disappearance of low-level, sort of entry-level jobs, especially summertime jobs. And according to CBS Colorado, as of yesterday, the nation has hit an all-time low in summer job hiring, impacting teens, college students, and people all across the country.
Last week, inflation surged to 4.2%, the highest that it's been in 3 years. Meanwhile, unemployment sits at 4.3%, with 7.3 million Americans actively looking for work. Teenagers are having an especially tough time. In the 1980s, about half of teens participated in our country's workforce. Today, that number is just 30%. And for some teens, it's not due to a lack of trying. Your reporter in Broomfield and Boulder County.
How come you can't send money on YouTube, Mike? Because we got demonetized. Did you not hear about this? How long have you been subscribed to this channel? I mean, I feel like you're an older chatter. I feel like I've seen you before on a number of occasions. But we got demonetized at the end of April. We're working on getting it back, but now the only way to donate is on Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. I no longer get ad money from people watching the stream. It's real fucked up when you think about it. But I'm continuing to do it regardless. hoping for some sort of resolution to this in the near future. But till then, you're unfortunately no longer able to do memberships, gifted memberships, super chats, or super stickers. All gone.
Sarah Horbakowicz joins us live tonight. Sarah, this has been a hot topic in our newsroom. Almost everyone knows at least one teenager who can't land.
Good God, we're 50% of the way through the... Oh, through the hype train goal, I see. Well, still, that's actually... Wow, 1,500 bits on that hype train. Good Lord. Incredibly generous, wasn't me. It was you being very generous. I know that much.
Job.
And Michael, if your teen is still looking for a job, well, experts here at Broomfield's Workforce Center say you might be a little late, but they don't want any teens losing hope. Most major companies, they say, hire for the summer months as early as January, but there's still time to get more opportunities. Over summer vacation this year, 16-year-old Simon Walker is hard at work.
This one's part-time.
His job is trying to find one, applying to more than a dozen gigs in the last month.
How many jobs have you applied to?
Dutch Bros twice, Mavericks, Snarfs, Sandwiches, Cobblestone Car Wash, Chick-fil-A, Taco Bell, Sonic, Jersey Mike's,
Oh my
Supers,
God.
McDonald's.
To name a few.
This
Even
fucking
if you go
poor
to
kid.
like a job interview, there's like 20 other people waiting to interview in there. So like, just everyone's trying to get a job for summer.
For many, a summer job for teens is a rite of passage, but is it a thing of the past? Nationwide, experts say businesses are on track to hire a record low number of teens this summer.
What do you think about the work?
As Broomfield's youth workforce specialist, it's Marcy Machuga's job to help teens and young adults get hired, but it can be an uphill battle.
I think it's harder this year. Some of those traditional summer jobs may have been filled by adults with a lot of experience in the workforce.
Experts say economic concerns, more AI, and teens focusing on college prep more than a summer gig are some factors driving the lower employment. But Machuga advises teens, even as you apply, there's always a way to build your resume.
Yes, by dancing on a street corner. Okay, I'm kidding. Okay, I'm kidding. You can't put that on a resume. It's not just kids struggling to find summer jobs. Basically, everyone is struggling to pay the bills. From young adults to grandmas. All having a difficult time.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Very interesting interview with a MAGA grandma who was a big Trump supporter and now says she is so upset over the price increases that she is seeing and the Trump economy that she is having literal panic attacks. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
I actually have panic attacks. I've had a couple this past week. And I get very emotional over it. I don't want to work anymore, but I can't afford to retire.
Obviously, President Trump is immensely wealthy, has been wealthy since he was born.
Yeah.
Do you think he understands?
No. No. He hasn't lived it to understand it. He sees it, he has not lived it. He needs to live it. Wear the clothes, wear the shoes, wear your Walmart clothes, wear your Walmart shoes. Do your thrift store shopping. Don't eat steaks. I don't get to go out to dinner. It's not an overnight thing, but it's been 2 years now. You said you'd bring down the grocery prices. Literally, I must be the most angry person when I grocery shop because I buy the same things every week and I see it jump every week. It is not every couple months. It's literally every week.
So she is not happy. Hard to imagine that woman enthusiastically turning up to vote for Republicans in the midterms, given her upset over the...
Yeah, but this is the exact same point that I keep making. right, is that Trump doesn't know how, he's never lived like a normal person. He's always been obscenely wealthy, right? You know, like from birth. And so he just doesn't know what it is to be deprived of anything. He's never, I mean, he just does not know what it's like to have just like a normal life. You don't think he's ever like driven a car for himself? You know, like never had to worry about like filling up the tank. Like that's not really a thing that he's ever thought about. Never had to worry about making sure food is cooked. Somebody else has always cooked food for Donald Trump, right? Like he does not have to think about that sort of thing. Does not have to think about going to the grocery store. A newfangled word, groceries, affordability. He doesn't understand the concept because he's never been like, do I pay for groceries or rent this week?
Does that mean she'll vote for Democrats? No, probably not. Is she one that just says, you know what, I got other things to do on Election Day. I'm just not showing up. This party does not deserve my support at this moment. That seems very likely, if not probable. And there was a write-up in the New York Times of their recent polling with regard to a group that has long been considered Trump's strongest base of support, which is the white working class. And they are in a very different mindset for these midterms versus where they were for the 2018 midterms. We can put this next element up on the screen. So back in 2018, working class voters approved of Trump on the economy by 30 plus points. So whatever else concerns they may have had, they were like, look, this is working for me. Okay, I feel like I've got more money in my pocket. I feel like things are speeding along by 30 points. Okay, now they disapprove of his handling of the economy by as much as that margin, so minus 30 points. And then they have a deeper look at the way some of these voters are feeling about Trump. And that
Yeah, people are pissed. We've been seeing the numbers get worse and worse for Donald Trump, especially on the economy. And, you know, he has been fueling those sort of criticisms, you know, with comments like, I love inflation. You know, the I love inflation comment not helping, right? Like that is the sort of thing that I think probably rubs people the wrong way. Yes, exactly, BB. Exactly. That's exactly my point. Is that you know, when inflation's really hot, people are hurting the most.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Not a good time to come out and tell everybody that you love inflation, the thing that's causing them the most problems in life. Now, of course, one thing that might cause some serious inflation problems is the introduction of screwworm into the livestock populations of the United States. And while news on this has kind of gone cold, or at least people aren't talking about it because there's so much other stuff going on, I would just like to alert everybody to a fact. A horrifying news story. Screwworm cases, now up to a dozen. What experts are saying should set off, quote-unquote, alarm bells. Forbes breaking news 3 hours ago. Screwworm cases up to 12. This should set off alarm bells. The number of cattle, goats, sheep, and dogs that have been infected with New World screwworm or flesh-eating fly has risen to 12 amid a new outbreak that comes after Doge-led government cuts slashed ongoing efforts to prevent the once eradicated parasite's spread. New World screwworm, a parasitic fly with larvae that burrow in healthy tissue of cattle, deer, horses, and other warm-blooded animals, was first discovered in May in a 3-week-old gaff in La Pryor, Texas, near the Mexico border. The cases are in 4 different types of animals in 7 Texas and New Mexico counties, according to the Department of Agriculture and USDA officials, and urging animal owners to watch for signs of screwworm infection. Experts have warned a wider screwworm outbreak could severely impact already suffering cattle numbers and put even more of a strain on ranchers as they spend money on treatment and prevention, which could in turn increase the price of beef, which has already gone up roughly 75% since December 2020. Yeah. Probably bad. Probably bad, as we've talked about it before, and the fact that the number of cases is growing should alarm everybody. We talked about the case of the dog a couple days ago, I think. It's not good. And if only we could have foreseen. Oh wait, that's right. We had an agency and the program that was intended to foresee these sorts of things, and we dismantled it because somebody at Doge thought it sounded stupid. $10 million for worms? That sounds dumb. Oh, really? Well, we spent $15 million on this monstrosity, which is now infected with its own, well, I don't know about parasite, but, oh, God. I need that. Yes, indeed. Look at how green the pool is getting. I mean, wow. You know? Well, yesterday we were looking at, or Sunday? Was it yesterday or Sunday? I think it was yesterday we were looking at this. And maybe Sunday, too. We've been talking about this ever since this became a thing. It's hilarious. And it's getting greener. Am I the only one who thinks it's getting greener? It feels like it's getting greener. Like, at least by a couple shades. Dirt McGirt, CD Young. I think both of you got gifted subs yesterday. Honestly, I think it looks fine this way, if not better. Like I think the natural pond look. Actually, it looks fine. But this is clearly not what the president just paid $15 million for. You know? Look at it. Oh, wow. That is gross. American flag. Is that the color? It was painted American flag blue and refilled on June 7th. So within 10 days, it went from that to this. Oh, America. Fuck yeah! Great job, Mr. President. Great job. It's full of algae and bird shit. Yes, duck shit. The ducks have attacked the pond. But Trump just loves the beauty of these sorts of things, you know? He just loves being surrounded by beautiful things. And while in Europe, at the G7, he was asked about his decision to attend a particular place in France.
the Versailles dinner tomorrow night, what prompted you to go to that? The dinner tomorrow night in Versailles.
So, well, I'm a fan of beautiful places. And I was leaving in the afternoon, and then the French president, who happens to be a very nice man, invited me to dinner at Versailles. And Versailles is not a gold leaf. Versailles is the real deal. And I said, I'd like to do it. I mean, you know, all it means is that I get home later in the evening, meaning early in the morning, and I'm not a big sleeper anyway. I'll be...
So just to clarify for everybody, President Trump was just asked about why he's going to the French palace known as Versailles. I think built by what, Louis the 14th? Somebody like that. And his reason for going to this dinner, while he's, you know, got all this other shit going on, the war in Iran, is the real deal, okay? You don't get, it's not gold leaf, all right? That's gold. It's just straight. You're gonna miss it, pass up that opportunity? Like, he just wants to be surrounded by gold shit. He's got some weird freaking obsession with being surrounded by gold. And he's literally just vocalizing it for us here. He's like, look, it's not gold leaf, okay? That's real. That's gold bars melted into filigree, okay? You look at the White House, that's fake, all right? We can't afford the good stuff, okay? I'm hoping... It's almost like he's planning to, like, I can just imagine he's, like, filling his pockets with, like, gold filigree for the fucking White House. Hey, do you mind if I'm just gonna grab a couple of things. We have a few forks, a couple of plates here. Don't worry, no, I'm just helping clear the place. I'm a helpful guy. I just like to help. I see dirty dishes and I think, let me help the busboy. That's my first intuition, is to help the busboy. No, don't worry. Huh? I just found that to be a fascinating admission from Trump there. While everybody back home can barely afford to put gas in their tank, food on their table, pay the rent, Donald Trump is going to Versailles for a palatial dinner, where I'm sure he will not be stealing the gold stuff. Am I wrong? That is exactly what it sounded like. Look, the place is covered in gold. You can just grab a bunch of gold while you're in there. Perfect opportunity. You know, he's gonna try and, like, talk Emmanuel Macron into, like, taking home some, like, some, like, 500-year-old, like, golden, who knows what, automaton or something. You take back to Mar-a-Lago or the White House or something. It's just like the World Cup statue, right? Like once the World Cup statue made it, like, into his office, like, he did not want to let it go. He's like, Johnny, are you sure we can't just leave it here? I think it looks perfect, right? Behind my desk. I think everybody's saying it. No reason for you. You just make a second one. You can make a replica of this. Well, speaking of Donald Trump's architectural penchants, let's quickly talk about the Kennedy Center. which of course just recently had Trump's name removed from the building. But of course, now the entire facade of the building is, for some reason, and in my estimation, just petty vindictiveness, now covered in a large canvas tarp. It blocks anybody from actually seeing the name of the Kennedy Center.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We're today broadcasting from Belfast in Northern Ireland. Juan Gonzalez is in Chicago. President Trump's name has been removed letter by letter from the exterior of the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, following a judge's order. But a massive tarp remains in place, covering up the center's name without Trump. Workers removed Trump's name at around 3 a.m. on Saturday. The Kennedy Center's board, which was handpicked by Trump, voted to add Trump's name to the center late last year. But Congress never...
What is the point of doing something this... I mean, it's just so petty. And so obviously petty. Like, there's no reason to block the sign. There's no justification for it. And sure, it doesn't actually... It doesn't have any sort of great meaning. But it's just another... like one in a million examples of like the Trump administration's just genuine pettiness at every goddamn turn. Like, but there was never even a reason to cover it in the first place. Like, to take it down. How does that help? It doesn't help taking a sign down. You don't need to be blocked from view in order to take down a sign.
Approve the name change. U.S. District Judge Christopher Cooper issued the order to remove Trump's name. Cooper wrote, quote, "The Kennedy Center's organic statute makes crystal clear that the center is to be named for President Kennedy, and it cannot bear any other formal name or public memorial based on the board's unilateral say-so. Congress gave the Kennedy Center its name, and only Congress can change it," unquote. The battle over the Kennedy Center's name comes amidst a broader push by Trump to overhaul the famed institution. In February, Trump announced plans to entirely close the Kennedy Center for 2 years, beginning in July, supposedly for renovations. But a judge has blocked the center's closure. Before Trump announced the renovations, dozens of artists and organizations, including the San Francisco Ballet and the Martha Graham Dance Company, pulled out of performances after Trump appointed himself chair of the center. We're joined now by two former Kennedy...
Yeah, it's just an incredibly petty thing. They're just trying to dismantle everything that they hate. Or even just slightly dislike. Anything that disturbs the king in any way, shape, or form, they're trying to take it down. Are YouTube emotes gone? Yeah. Which ones do you mean? Like the channel emotes, they're all gone. Well, they're not gone. They still technically exist. You just can't have them. You're just not allowed to have them. Thank you for the glasses, lowercase. That's true. Sunglasses aren't gone. Still got sunglasses. Although I gotta change the sound shot. If I let the whole thing play, I get hit with a copyright claim on YouTube for the fucking 3 seconds. I gotta make it like 2.5 seconds. All right, well, while we're talking about Donald Trump's sort of flippant use of taxpayer funds, may as well talk about the Federal Reserve, which is in charge of monetary policy. And with the new Trump loyalists, people were expecting lower interest rates for longer. However, with the number of factors at play right now, people are starting to worry that old Kevin Warsh will not be lowering interest rates. It might rather raise them.
Today, I'm thrilled to welcome you to the White House for the swearing in of our new chairman of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, Kevin Warsh.
For people who have been just trying to get by in this economy, this upcoming Fed meeting might be a little bit of a disappointment. There's not much the Fed can do in the very short term to bring down those interest rates.
When we look out a little bit further into the future, possibility of a hike. But I think the biggest thing is that the market's going to be looking for is how is the Fed going to communicate?
Kevin Warsh seems to have some very different ideas about communications than have existed at the Fed previously. I think what he wants is the Fed being less a part of the everyday life of markets and investors.
So
Yes. Not only are there concerns about the Fed needing to raise interest rates as a result of higher than expected inflationary readings. Kevin's also saying, you know what, we might not tell people what we're going to do, and then we'll just do it. Which would be a huge departure from the way that the Federal Reserve has acted in the past. That's not the way the Fed works. What does that mean? You're just saying that you're going to need to be more specific about what you mean by that's not the way the Fed works. They're all private bankers. They're not all private bankers. Most of them have had careers in banking, though. That much is true. But not all 12. I don't think. There's at least one of them that wasn't in private banking. I think Lisa Cook. I don't think Lisa Cook was in private banking. I think she just went into, I think she was an economist. Yeah. She's an economist. Yes, exactly. Right. So yeah, like I was saying, not all of them are private bankers, but many. Usually, most of the people appointed to the board of governors, the FOMC, are usually have some. They tend to be coming out of the world of banking. You don't actually know that much about the Fed. Well, what are you coming at me for then? God. How long have you been watching this show for? We've talked about the Fed so many freaking times. Now you're coming at me. The guy don't know how the fucking Fed works. Oh, you're just trying to say that Kevin Warsh doesn't decide on his own. That's true. That's true. And that there's a whole board of governors. Yeah. If I made it seem otherwise, I'm sorry. I mean, the president has literally been saying that he's hoping that Kevin does it. Because that's how that's how most people tend to conceive of the Federal Reserve. But yeah, there's a whole host of people, a dozen of them, including Kevin, who will be deciding on Fed policy. But Kevin's thinking was much different, or at least it seemed was much different from the previous Fed board governor, Jerome Powell, had, I think, a different view of monetary policy than Kevin Warsh seems to have. And that will certainly tip the balance of the scales to have him as chairman, although Jerome Powell is still staying on at the board for now. I believe he's just no longer chairman. I don't know how much longer his actual, like when he would be even up to be voted out. Well, let's see. We're talking people not being able to find jobs or pay for groceries. Trump spending his money on pools that turn green in a week. Going to dinners at Versailles. Putting his name on shit. And how the Federal Reserve may not be able to lower interest rates like everybody was hoping for. Meanwhile, the oligarchs continue to push AI on us in every single place that they can find it, including in things like education, where, according to some experts, it is ruining the learning process as we know it.
Chairman Tuberville, Ranking Member Blunt Rochester, and distinguished members of the Help Committee, thank you for convening this critical hearing. My name is Erin Moat, and I'm the CEO of Innovate EDU, a nonprofit organization dedicated to ensuring technology serves as a powerful tool for access and opportunity for all students. I come before this committee not only as a charter school founder, but also as a technologist who spent more than 2 decades working at the intersection of technology policy and systemic change. Yet perhaps my most important role is a deeply personal one. I'm the mother of 2 school-aged children. Each day, I see firsthand how these technologies impact real kids at the kitchen table and in classrooms, which fuels my urgency to ensure that our national digital infrastructure is secure, safe, and intentionally built to serve the next generation. To navigate this landscape, we must reject a pervasive false dichotomy. Safety is not the counterpolarity to innovation. Safety is not a drag on progress. Rather, safety is a necessary condition for the effective use of AI in education, the very guardrail that makes meaningful, sustainable innovation possible. Without it, we mistake rapid tool adoption for progress. Generative AI is an arrival technology. Like the internet or electricity, it is reshaping how students, educators, and our society live, work, and relate to each other. Data shows that roughly 85% of teachers and 84% of students are already using generative AI in their classrooms. But this transition did not follow a linear path of institutional procurement or risk evaluation. As a result, school districts and families are experiencing severe operational fatigue. More than half of schools have failed to provide any professional development on the safe use of AI. Our schools urgently need federal leadership, structured support, and dedicated funding. A consumer large language model is engineered for platform retention and user satisfaction. To keep users engaged, it defaults to a dangerous form of algorithmic sycophancy. It does not teach, it indulges. It validates incorrect premises and hand delivers answers, often bypassing the productive struggle required for cognitive development. Learning is an active process. True purpose-built edtech scaffolds learning with a student zone of proximal development, much like the AI-driven math accelerators currently being utilized in Alabama to bridge foundational gaps for learners. When we substitute this with consumer-grade systems, we trigger what Wharton researchers call cognitive surrender. When human psychology meets this unceasingly agreeable tech, independent reason is often relinquished. Alarming data shows that when a chatbot intentionally gave incorrect answers, users accepted the error 80% of the time.
Of course they did. Of course they did. This is one of these things, of a myriad things that we have discussed when it comes to AI and some of the potential downfalls that are truly disturbing to me. Like, we already have a learning deficiency problem in the United States. We are falling further and further behind the rest of the world in test scores and math and reading and science and literacy, right? And, and now we're thrusting upon all these kids these AI tools, as we've said in the past. In preliminary studies showed that people were thinking less as a result and just sort of losing their ability to critically assess information, right? And when you just give them this computer program, right, that is supposed to be correct all the time, but isn't, the people are just going to accept falsehoods from that machine, right? From the AI. I keep calling it like a machine when it's really just it's a amalgamation of data, but like an algorithm. But you get what I'm saying. The fact is that the people, like, this is affecting are the people who are growing up right now. They are giving up their cognitive ability. Cognitive surrender is what they called that, right? They are just accepting falsehoods from AI chatbots that are being put in front of them as experts. Because that's part of the problem, right? Because if you start them off at a certain age, they don't have the critical thinking skills. The point of school, some might say, is for them to attain those critical thinking skills, right? And you put this computer program in front of them that you tell them is an expert at everything, but it's not, and it starts telling them wrong things because it has the tendency to do that because it wants to remain relevant, right? Like, that is a fucking recipe for fucking disaster. You wind up with a population of people who are incapable of thinking without the use of what is becoming more and more gate-kept, paywalled services, right? Like, the free credits for AI are disappearing all over the place, and everybody's being asked to pay up because it's the only way for them to ever become profitable. It's for all the people who are currently using it right now to start paying for it. And if you create a whole generation of people who can't think without, and like literally can't even like arrive to a conclusion without asking AI, you have a serious fucking problem. Because we know AI can and does give wrong answers. It does hallucinate things into existence. It has bias. It has, incompleteness in its answers. It fails to differentiate between relevance of sources and all sorts of other sorts of things like that. It's not good. This is so disturbing. Oh, that sentence broke me when I heard it. It really is disturbing. Of course, we're not just using AI for education, we're also using it for weapons of war. the dick bags in charge of all of this stuff are actually, they're fine with it. They're fine with it.
All right, so this CEO right here is incredibly creepy. We have the CEO of Anthropic, Dario Amodei, and he is going to awkwardly smile and giggle through his answer about why Claude AI is being used by the Pentagon and how it may have had something to do with the bombing of the elementary school in Manab. Okay, so here, let's listen.
Bloomberg has reported that Claude is being used by the U.S. military in the war in Iran to do AI-assisted targeting via a platform.
Which, by the way, let's be clear about AI-assisted targeting. The move here is to wash your hands clean of people making the decisions, right? So we can commit war crime after war crime, but we go, oh, I didn't actually make the decision. No human actually made the decision. It was the AI that made the decision. So in front of a court of law, in the International Court of Justice, you try to hold us accountable and we'll say, we're not responsible. Nobody ever decided to pick that target. The AI picked that target. So it's all a ruse. The Israelis did this too in Gaza. They were using AI to pick targets in Gaza. Then they go, oh, I mean, shit. Oh, do we get innocence? I mean, we didn't even, it wasn't even us. Like, no person made that decision. It's the AI that did it. So if there's a mistake, blame the AI. See what this is? It's morally laundering horrific war crimes.
In February, a U.S. missile reportedly hit a girls' school in Iran, killing more than 150 people, most of them children. Did Claude play a role in that strike?
We don't know exactly how, these models were used. Obviously, these things that mistakes that happen in warfare are really, really terrible. Like, this is a really terrible thing to happen. We were willing to risk the future of our company to limit how, these models are used. And, what you're talking about is a use case that doesn't even violate our red lines. We're worried that there will be 100 times as much, with use cases that do violate our red lines.
It doesn't even violate the murdering of 150 schoolgirls. That doesn't even violate my red lines, says Dario Amodei. Now, we've been talking about Dario for well over a year and a half now, ever since we saw him speak at that, I think it was a Wall Street Journal, TED Talk style discussion at the World Economic Forum at Davos. The billionaire-funded Swiss Alps get-together that these fuckbags do every year, where they surround themselves with, do-gooders, NGOs and, Nobel Prize winners, and say, look at all the good stuff we're doing, but then they also talk about all the horrible stuff that they're planning to do for the next year. It's a weird sort of vibe. It's got open Bilderberg type vibes. And at that meeting, Dario, if you remember, Dario said that the plan was to keep doing AI stuff until at some point all of the jobs are gone, right? He accepts that at some point all the jobs will be gone. And when that happens, then society should talk about maybe coming up with a way to, deal with the extreme poverty that would probably be created as a result of it. He didn't quite say it in those words, but he was basically maybe, we'll discuss it at that point. When we get to the point where all the jobs are gone, then maybe it'll be a good time for us to. Do you really think that this guy who thinks that killing 150 schoolgirls doesn't even cross his red line is the sort of guy we want to be wielding this technology that's going to potentially, at least according to him, take over all jobs in the future, but doesn't think it's important to get ahead of that in any way, shape, or form for society? Right? Because that's the scenario that I think everybody needs to worry about most, is where if we do get to that point, because this is all theoretical, right? This is all hypothetical. But in that hypothetical scenario, where we have, even not 100%, but say 90%, 80%, 75%, 50% of all jobs automated that we currently have right now. But we haven't created a social safety net with nationally provided healthcare for all people, right? A universal basic income, right? And free housing, right? All of a sudden, you have people who have bills, who don't have jobs, and don't have, like, you know, the same economic worth they had previously, right? And you got a bunch of labor unions that no longer have any power. They can no longer hold their labor over the employers, over the big businesses, right? You got a serious fucking problem on your hands, where you have psychopaths like this who think that, you know, hundreds of young children dying is not a red line being crossed, being the arbiter of when we figure out when we deal with the potential downsides to society. Right? Because that's the thing. That is the thing. I mean, I don't accept any of these premises around, like, the AI use of, like, in the weapons. Like, that doesn't remove responsibility, right? In my opinion. In fact, I think that just increases responsibility to more people rather than less. And like to Dario himself and other people involved in creating that kind of technology. But like these guys really want to create a fucking dystopian future where they have all of the power and then they get to decide amongst themselves, right? Because we have a completely corporate captured government right now. If we don't make huge changes and seize power from these guys, prevent them from doing these fucking lunatic actions, these fucking villainous enacting these villainous plans that they have, we are going to have a problem at some point. What did Dario Amide say? On which point? In last year at Davos? Or so I was talking about two different things. He recently said he was fine with Anthropic having been potentially used to murder those 158 girls at that girls' school in Iran. But last year at Davos, he was saying that the only time that we should ever really even be worrying about, you know, what we do with all the people who might be displaced from their jobs is after they've been all displaced from their jobs. And at that point, that's when we think about it. Not before. We don't plan ahead. We just wait until it's crossed the red line for Dario, right? That's why I think it's such an important thing, because like, this is the same guy who's saying, like, there's a red line somewhere where we get through it, we displace enough people from jobs, and then we should start talking about, you know, whatever, like some kind of a safety net for society. Like, his red line is somewhere after you kill 160 schoolgirls, right? That seems bad. I'm not sure we should be letting him decide where red lines are. Meanwhile, residents in Ohio putting up their own red lines, sounding the alarm over the threats of AI data centers. Unfortunately, for some, already a bit late.
We wanted to raise our kids in the country, a nice, quiet setting, and that's all kind of being taken away from us now.
For Ohio resident Brianne Kidd, the construction of Meta's 800-acre Bowling Green data center across from her country home could upend the lifestyle she spent years building for her family.
What it's taken away is our beautiful sunrise I saw every single morning. Now we see buildings and cranes, and that's the reason why we moved here, things like that. You know, to live in God's country and not Meta's country.
Kidd, who runs a daycare for toddlers in her home, is also on edge due to construction of a large natural gas power plant meant to serve Meta's data center.
You know, I feel like I'm living next to a threat, and my family and my daycare families, their safety is my number one priority, and I feel like right now I can't guarantee that. And that's what makes me most upset.
The plant is one of dozens of large off-grid power projects being approved rapidly and often under a cover of secrecy across the United States. That's according to a Reuters review of regulatory filings and interviews. These plants, built to serve a single data center within the tech industry, are moving ahead fast, sometimes in just weeks or months.
Yep, these things are being expanded, put up rapidly. The environmental devastation is immediate to the surrounding area. Then they start sucking up all the resources, energy, water. Yeah. People are trying to fight back against it.
Serving tech companies without hiking consumer electricity prices. Here's Gary Thompson, Executive VP of Regional Growth Partnership, an economic development organization serving Northwest Ohio.
Our goal for data centers in Northwest Ohio is to build wealth for our communities so that our schools are funded, our parks are funded, people that live in these communities have the kind of services that they need and desire.
This guy's a fucking snake oil salesman. Fortunately, he's not one of the people fighting back against this. I mean, these data centers are not funding anything. They're getting tax breaks. Almost every single one of these things are getting fucking tax breaks wherever the fuck they go. They're not providing jobs. They're not paying property taxes, and they're sucking up resources. And dickbags like this are trying to sell it to people in Ohio and wherever they can. Was this Columbus?
Shielding big projects like data centers from public records laws. Officials releasing such information could be criminally charged, according to the measure, which was inserted into an unrelated college athletics bill.
We should all come first, and our opinion should matter. I know there's been several meetings and council meetings, and that building over there has been packed. And we've all voiced our opinions that we don't want this here, and it's still happening.
Yep. These Republican local governments don't give a shit about what their constituents want. Big business comes in, starts lining pockets. All of a sudden, a data center appears, miraculously. It's only a few miles from your house. Wow. That sucks. Sorry to hear that. Well, we're talking about the... Might as well move on from the environmental catastrophe that is continued race to build as many fucking data centers as possible for the AI arms race. Let's talk about the environment itself, how it's going. Well, I think it can be summed up kind of in one clip, although I'm afraid we won't be doing it with one clip. But, Fire NATO, I guess. Fire NATO.
News at 4 starts now.
Well, good afternoon. A tornado in the middle of an active volcanic eruption? That's what some viewers thought they were seeing yesterday afternoon at Kilauea.
But scientists say the swirling column wasn't a tornado at all. As Nikki Schenfeld reports, the rare phenomenon may have stretched thousands of feet into the air.
It looked like a tornado spinning through the caldera during episode 49 of Kilauea's latest eruption.
There were at least 3 of them, I think, that were swirling around, and they looked so
tall and mean looking, actually. I've seen quite a few of these volcanoes during past episodes, but this is the first time I've seen such huge ones.
Giant volcano, tornado. Horrifying. And that foreshadows the clusterfuck that is the current state of the weather right now. Bad. From Hawaii, let's go to the shores of California now. Talk more about those king tides, which are continuing to pummel beachgoers and those who happen to live on the shores in Southern California.
Heavy surf and high tides have already done some major damage across Southern California's coastline, with potentially dangerous conditions expected to last to at least Thursday. Now, the dangerous conditions include strong rip currents and high surf, which is being blamed for several deaths.
KTLA's Mary Beth McDade is live in Long Beach, where residents are bracing for possible flooding. Mary Beth.
Yes, Rick and Cher, you know, some Long Beach residents out on the peninsula, they got a real wallop from the big waves over the weekend. And tonight they're keeping their fingers crossed, hoping that the berms will hold and that they won't get a repeat flooding like they saw last night. Powerful tides and dangerous rip currents will continue the next few days. The National Weather Service warns there's an increased risk of ocean drowning.
I feel like people should be cautious about it. Like, I mean, if you're not really that experienced, make sure you have a buddy with you to make sure that, you know, you're safe and everything. Make sure you're always watched when you're out in the waves, because you never know what could happen.
Last week, the high tides turned deadly for a 5-year-old in Laguna Beach. She got swept out to sea while walking on the beach with her family. And up in Santa Cruz, 2 women in their 20s were napping on the beach when a wave carried them out into the ocean. One died and the other is in critical condition.
Both of these patients, we believe, were originally sleeping right at the keyhole, which is an area that we're finding catches people unaware. The tides come in, and in this case, they swept out 2 sleeping patients.
Big waves are pummeling the Long Beach Peninsula. This was Sunday night. The waves broke through the berms and flooded the boardwalk, and water even went onto the streets.
Being from here, this is something you don't see every year. It's been like 20 years or so. Pretty crazy stuff, like to the extreme. If you're out there, it's pretty bad.
It was particularly bad up the next block where the...
You can see California, I'm actually not sure which service is having to do this, but the government is having to put like 10-foot tall sand berms to prevent the waves from destroying all of the homes along the coast here. And the king tides are a natural occurring thing that happens every year when the tides are at the highest point. The moon and sun and earth are in a particular alignment that causes this to happen. And the problem this year is that the oceans are continuing to get higher and higher, and so these tides are coming in higher than most have ever seen them.
6:35 right now. Overnight powerful waves again just slamming the Long Beach coast. Check this out. Sand barriers, the wooden walls, no match for the king tides. Now that brought the swell right up to the homes along the peninsula. NBC4's Brittany Hope is live there right now. So Brittany, you were there yesterday in that same neighborhood showing us the mess left by the water. How does it look today? What's the comparison?
Oof, it's even worse today. I mean, there's so much debris just on the ground and a lot more sand as well in some places. And I want to show you this. So yesterday, we didn't see any damage to any of the homes. It looks like under here, even though this home, they did the right.
You see what I mean? This is what I've been saying. Like, even with these walls and the sand berms too, like the water is still getting over it and still doing damage to property.
Right? They use the sandbags. the waves were so powerful it blew part of that gate back. So that's really the first damage that we've seen. Luckily, we haven't seen shattered windows or anything like that. But I want you to look over here. So if you were with us yesterday morning, you noticed that there was not much of a seawall left. That's exactly what we're seeing today. So part of it is still standing, but as you go further and further down the coast, all of that was blown out by those powerful waves.
It is wild. It's a daily occurrence now. These sand berms are getting completely taken out. Good Lord. Now, unfortunately, damage from these king tides are not being completely prevented, as we just saw there. And at the public pier, the Pacifica pier, local leaders are blaming the Trump administration.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
It could have been prevented. That was the message today in Pacifica. Congressman Sam Liccardo joined local and state leaders at the now closed and crumbling Pacifica Pier. Unrelenting waves are ultimately to blame, but they say some of the erosion could have been prevented had the Trump administration not cut FEMA funding to shore up those seawalls. NBC Bay Area Sergio Quintana joins us live in Pacifica with more on that news conference. Sergio.
Yeah, so last year in April, the Trump administration ended the FEMA BRIC program. BRIC stands for Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities, and local officials say $50 million was earmarked as part of that grant funding to help fix and repair the seawall and the pier, which you can see is crumbling into the ocean right now. The waves of the Pacific Ocean crashing onto the Pacifica Pier are beautiful, but they're powerful and nonstop. And no one knows that better than Chit Chat Cafe owner Ginger Davis.
She's unrelenting. She's going to win. The ocean's always going to win. We just have to make sure we can figure out how to live with her.
Just a few days ago, her much-loved cafe was torn down because of the massive cracks forming at the start of the Pacifica Pier. She's still coming to grips with the cafe being gone.
Excuse me. We missed so many of our regular customers already.
The powerful storms earlier this month caused some of the collapse, but this is a problem that's been brewing for years, which is why the shoreline and the pier were fast-tracked for a FEMA BRIC grant of about $50 million.
The whole idea of the BRIC grant was actually to go ahead and invest in infrastructure before it fails. And if you do, you literally save, like in some cases, 100 to 1 on the dollar.
But last April, the Trump administration ended the BRIC program, calling it a slush fund as part of the prior administration's so-called Green New Deal. The Trump administration tried to redirect that money to immediate FEMA responses instead. But a federal judge stopped that in December thanks to a lawsuit.
I'm grateful to our partners.
Unfortunately, that did not prevent the Trump administration from taking the funds away. And we now see the result.
For stepping up in litigation.
We see the result. People fucking crying. Lives affected. Real world effects. A coffee shop now completely gone. Probably never come back. Pier gone. Infrastructure lost. Opportunity to prevent that lost because the Trump administration thought better to just don't be proactive, be reactive like a fucking child. Like a fucking child. Now, a similar thing is happening with fire suppression efforts in our forests. Let's go here to see what the chief, the new chief of the National Forest Service, had to say in this House committee last week.
The ranking member reminded me that that time has probably expired, and I'm not going to get my question in. I now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Huffman, for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Schultz, I want to ask you about the proposal to move all of the fire functions of the Forest Service out of your agency to the Interior Department. This is a big proposal, obviously, with some sweeping implications. And in the fiscal 26 appropriations bill, Congress directed you to study that idea before any action was actually proposed. So I just want to ask you straight up, would this transfer of function or reorganization require congressional action?
Mr. Huffman, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that it would.
Okay. And just to follow up on that, what do you mean by congressional action? Because there may be some who think that informing Congress and then just proceeding would suffice. I certainly would disagree with that, but are you suggesting that it means an act of Congress to authorize this, which is what I would view as the correct course?
Mr. Huffman, Mr. Chairman, so what you saw in the 26 budget, the President's budget in 26 and in the 27 budget, is actually a transfer of the funding and the personnel from USDA to Department of Interior and the National Wildland Fire Service. So that's my understanding, that Congress would have to include that in the budget to make that happen.
Specific act
consistent
of
with
Congress.
what was in the budget, yes, sir.
Thank you very much. If all these wildfire functions and associated staff were transferred to Interior from your agency, that could mean more than 85% of the current budget is shifted to the new Wildland Fire Service as we see it. That would mean some pretty serious implications for land management. I want to ask you about that. What activities would the Forest Service no longer be able to carry out because personnel and funding had been moved over to Interior? And I'm particularly interested in things like trail maintenance, invasive species removal, timber sale preparation. I mean, it's a long list of things that these personnel do.
Mr. Huffman, Mr. Chairman, it's a great question. So right now, just to put in perspective, we have probably, I think we have about 10,000 non-fire employees that are red carded. So we have a very integrated organization. We have folks that are land managers that fight fire, and we have firefighters that support the land management function. What this is attempting to do is unify that firefighting function. Specifically, the things that we would not be doing is wildfire.
Unifying that firefighting function. The Department of the Interior does not already have any real firefighting function of any sort. There's really no reason to transfer it there. If that's the claim, the Department of Interior, like, why are they? I don't understand why they want to combine to switch this over to them. They're doing some very weird shit over here with the budget. I sense are going to be bad, right?
Would be done by the National Wildland Fire Service. The additional functions you'll see if you look at the 27 budget is it also moves the fuels program from Forest Service to Department of Interior. So the fuels program, prescribed fire, mechanized treatments, that would be carried out by the Wildland Fire Service. So we would be coordinating with them to get that work done on the Forest Service ground. But in terms of timber sales, in terms of recreation, those are the primary functions that the Forest Service would continue to do.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though, to unscramble the eggs. Some of these personnel do more than just those cleanly demarcated tasks, right? I mean, some of them are involved in wild and scenic river administration and rangeland improvements and wilderness rangers and other things. This is why Congress asked you, I think, to study this carefully before we actually take action.
Yeah, Mr. Huffman, Mr. Chairman, you bring up a good point. So we are integrated in what we do. We do have firefighters that do non-fire functions. They support recreation.
Yeah, and now they're going to be in the wrong places to do those non-firefighting functions. Like they're playing this weird fucking game that I do feel is going to be used to prevent these individuals from doing their other important duties as part of the National Forest Service, right? Like they already had a bunch of tasks, and they're trying to reduce the staff at National Forest Service because National Forest Service is supposed to be involved in like environmental management and stuff like that, and they're trying to destroy the environment. So that is what my sense is on this, is they're trying to get rid of these people who help to protect the environment, essentially, right? They don't just fight fires, they also protect the forests through all sorts of other stuff. And if they're taken away from those duties, right, there's no one to monitor all the fucked up stuff that corporations are doing to the land. But those firefighters are going to have a busy year, I think, and things are getting explosive
These
once
fires have been popping
again.
up just within the last few hours.
We've seen California hit by wildfires this year, and that is continuing. Multiple wildfires in the SoCal region. Start with this one. This is from 3 days ago.
As these fires have been popping up just within the last few hours, let's give you an idea of where they are burning. From the San Gabriel foothills all the way to Hesperia, you see 4 fires we are tracking here, but the one of the fires that caused the most concern so far is the Lemon Fire. This one is burning just south of Palmdale. In fact, we want to take you there live now. Overhead is News Chopper 4 right here. You can see they're making really good progress. You see those Phos-Chek lines surrounding that charred area on top of this hill. We do understand there are evacuation orders, but the good news here, you don't see any homes in this area.
Yeah. So we watched this. We watched this clip yesterday. This one was not that large, a couple hundred acres. It's contained fairly quickly thanks to conditions not being too windy here. It was away from buildings. However, that vibe changed rather quickly. Yesterday, fire burning right next to a whole bunch of homes, an area called Stevenson Ranch.
Residents in Stevenson Ranch are breathing a sigh of relief tonight after firefighters gained the upper hand on a fast-moving wildfire that threatened homes in the Santa Clarita area. The Max fire broke out around 4 p.m., spread quickly, burned dangerously close to homes, and ultimately triggered evacuation orders.
John Fanilio reports now from Stevenson Ranch.
Fast-moving flames coming within just a few hundred feet of homes in Stevenson Ranch. Aircraft dropping water and fire retardant over the blaze dubbed the Max Fire, while crews on the ground worked to cut off the fire's path. Flames were spotted on Alert California cameras just after 4 p.m. in the area of West Magnolia Lane and Autumn Place, quickly spreading from about a quarter acre to more than 40 acres in a couple of hours. Authorities issuing a mandatory evacuation for people living near Sagecrest Circle and Chicory Court, catching many off guard in this foothill community.
It looks like a little war in the horizon. You know, it's, we're fighting the enemy, it's the fire.
Joe Tygeson rushed home from work, but couldn't get past CHP roadblocks and had to walk uphill part of the way to meet his wife.
My wife was very nervous, so I'm glad I got home and was kind of helping her so we could evacuate.
If fire department comes around and says, hey, you got to go, you gonna listen to him?
We'll go. Yeah, it's not worth it.
Thick, dry brush and steep terrain fueling the fire's rapid spread. But many Santa Clarita Valley homeowners know this is fire country and are prepared.
Yeah. So you've had like a half a dozen different fires popping up in this Southern California region in a short period of time this week. That one I think is mostly under control now. But then you have another fire that pops up right around the time that fire starts to get under control in the Stevenson Ranch area. In Riverside County, a massive brush fire explodes to over 1,000 acres in a flash. Here's ABC 7 from 18 hours ago.
Breaking now at 11, a fast-moving brush fire exploding in size to at least 1,500 acres in Riverside County. Air 7 capturing
immediately, if
what's
not
being
sooner.
called the Shore Fire. It's just southwest of Cali Mesa. Right now, the fire is at 0% containment. Evacuation orders have been issued for several areas near San Timoteo and Redlands. Nearby areas have also gotten evacuation warnings. An evacuation center has been set up at San Jacinto High School. Westbound lanes of the 60 freeway at the 10 freeway are shut down as fire crews continue to fight this fire.
One more clip. Well, there you go. Now Riverside, somewhat inland, as you can see, east of Los Angeles, right about here. But it's certainly a fairly populated area. I mean, for now, that fire is not. I don't think it's actually reached any communities yet, but that thing is still burning right now. I don't have any of the latest updates. The last number I heard was over 2,200 acres burned. That was like in a short period of time. This thing could really get out of control quickly. It all depends on the conditions, like the wind. But I couldn't find any like local news updates on it from like KTLA or NBCLA. So I don't know what's happening with it right now. That noise was breaking your brain? What noise? I think it was I think there was like a sound from the clip. Meanwhile, around the same time down in New Mexico, a massive 7,000 plus acre fire has been burning southeast of a place called Quemado.
A wildfire burning in the Gila National Forest has burned more than 7,000 acres. This is a time lapse of the Bear Fire near Quemado from Saturday. The fire is 35% contained. Private land on the east side of the fire is on the set status, meaning people there should be.
Fucking massive fire just comes out of nowhere in New Mexico, burning nearly 8,000 acres. Once again, not yet threatening any large city centers, but thing is huge, could get out of control. You get wind. Enough wind, that thing, so I should say, could get a lot bigger. I'm afraid it's looking like it's going to stay very hot through the middle of the week. Here's KRQE from 6 hours ago.
It is really going to be hot out there across the state. So grab that water bottle if you're heading out. Grab that sunblock as well. Looking out over the Valles Caldera at our time lapse. So far from this morning, we've seen those clear skies out and about. Temperatures warming up pretty quickly as that sun rose and is sitting overhead. As we look out over Albuquerque at this time, those clear skies, dry conditions, plenty of sunshine for us. So a beautiful day to get out and about. But once again, stay hydrated. Keep yourself as cool as possible.
Hot and dry in New Mexico. Who could have guessed? Fortunately, things are going to continue to be hotter and drier than normal as a result of the El Nino, and of course, climate change. Temperatures in the hundreds, triple digits, as you can see here in parts of southwestern New Mexico. Good God. Now north in Iowa, they are getting hit by the other side of the weather system. Tornadoes in the Midwest, Iowa, several tornadoes confirmed on the ground.
Right now, about as good as we could ask for. That certainly wasn't the case, though, Thursday of last week.
Right. Yeah, remember all that tree damage from winds and all that early in the morning. That's this past Thursday. The Weather Service folks, though, have been out trying to survey damage or in recent days to figure out what was straight line winds, what was tornadoes. We do have a few tornadoes confirmed now from last Thursday morning storms, and you see where the icons are. They're all down in southwest Iowa here from those early morning storms. Actually, the earliest one was just after 5:30 here, right when those storms were coming across the Missouri River into parts of Mills and Fremont counties. Strongest of these 6 so far confirmed tornadoes down this direction was actually in southern Adams County a little after 6 o'clock in the morning. A little 6-mile path of a tornado, kind of midway, started midway between Corning and Lenox, and then curved right up and ended right around Highway 34, kind of southeast.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different tornadoes touching down EF2 seen here in Iowa over the last 24 hours. And more tornadoes are expected over the next day or so, according to AccuWeather from 5 hours ago.
AccuWeather forecasting a high risk for severe weather. Northeast Missouri, central and north central Illinois yet again, and into parts of Indiana. This is the same area that seemingly has been hit hard time and time again this spring. And once again, it's Illinois and Indiana near and north of Interstate 70 with the greatest risk of tornadoes. Some of these tornadoes could be long track tornadoes. We have a very humid environment. Strong wind shear will lead to numerous rotating thunderstorms that will likely sustain their supercell rotation through several hours. We're dealing with gusty storms in the morning and then a new episode that'll be more aggressive into the afternoon. These storms will be rolling east swiftly. The fast forward motion of these storms, driven by strong winds aloft, will be very difficult to keep up with. And those in the path of these need to stay very in touch with the weather warnings, severe weather alerts, and know where to go when the storms threaten. Damage
Yep, thread moving east from Iowa. Threats going all the way to northeastern Indiana. Now, all the way up in Toronto, heat waves in early spring is threatening migratory birds. Here is Reuters.
Tourists and locals alike have been flocking to this Toronto park in hopes of seeing migratory birds. But this year, it's been harder to find them. Researchers say a changing climate is directly linked to a troubling decline. Shane Abernethy is the bander in charge at Tommy Thompson Park's Bird Research Station.
The station exists to monitor the migratory birds passing through Toronto. We're at the center of a major migration highway, and peninsulas like this are a great way to sample them.
Abernethy starts his mornings checking these woven mist nets for ensnared songbirds. On a typical day, the station logs up to 150 birds, with peak days pushing it past 200. But data from the station's recently published 2025 annual report highlights a worrisome shift. A significant drop in spring and summer banding totals compared to historical averages.
Last June, we had a very severe heat wave with humidex going over 40 degrees Celsius. And we did note during summer monitoring focused on breeding birds that there appeared to be a lower amount of young ones that had fledged in the area.
It led Abernethy to check out local nests, since they're susceptible to extreme heat. He found a sharp decline in the number of fledglings successfully leaving their nests.
There's only so much parents can do to thermoregulate nests, especially in terms of lowering that temperature.
Well, there you have it. Excess heat causing lower bird populations right now, endangering the future generation of avian populations. Now, millions are under flood watch across the South, with rain and stormy weather going through the area. Here's WRAL from 16 hours ago.
I'm sorry.
No, you're.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right.
Yeesh. Things look pretty crazy out here. Yes, indeed. But a little further south, down in Florida, we're back to the fires. That's right, near Miami-Dade, a large wildfire erupted yesterday.
This is breaking news.
What just happened?
This is breaking news.
Great. Okay, the news is breaking. Literally.
And I'm Jim Barry in the CBS News Army newsroom, and we are following some breaking news right now. A large brush fire broken out in West Miami-Dade. This is at Northwest 25th Street and Northwest 137th Avenue. You can see the smoke billowing there, and it is very near an FPL facility. This has been upgraded now to a first alarm fire. It's also near the Metro West Correctional Center. Air rescue has been requested to go in there to start dumping water on this fire from the air. This fire broke out about 20 minutes or so ago. And
there you go. This is the fire right after it broke out. Let's see what happened over the next 24 hours. Here's CBS Miami from 7 hours ago.
Now at noon, a growing wildfire in West Miami-Dade. At last check, the fire has scorched 565 acres and is only 20% contained. Crews have been working around the clock to put out the flames. CBS News Miami's Maribel Rodriguez is your reporter live in West Miami-Dade with the latest on this firefight. Maribel.
Well, Naja, I can tell you we're here on Northwest 122nd Avenue and Northwest 41st Street. This is an industrial area. We have been out here since 4 o'clock this morning. As you can see, there are small plumes of smoke. This happened since 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Miami-Dade police officers directing traffic and closing off a part of Northwest 122nd Avenue and 41st Street due to a fire in the area.
It's my first time that I see something like this. So I'm driving from Hialeah, and when I saw it, I feel like that is a big smoke. And then they have black smoke. They have a big, like a tower smoke. I feel scared.
Miami-Dade fire rescue choppers made water drops over the fire to try to extinguish the brush fire, which ignited at around 3:45 Monday.
Well, there you go. That fire turned into a multi-hundred-acre fire. And everything on fire/underwater season has gotten off to a banner start. Tornadoes, fires, floods. And it's only June. I think this might be a good spot for us to take our galactic intermission. If you haven't already, do hit that follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And remember, we haven't yet completed the galactic content goal. Only halfway through it. We need your help, Space Fams. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. Hit that follow button, subscribe on YouTube, bell icon, like button, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne, and of course Patreon. All great ways for you to show your support. But of course, right now, we still have a massive galactic deficit and a galactic content goal to complete. You could contribute to both goals same time. Cash App, PayPal donos, as well as Patreon memberships. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So you better get your butts back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Okay, break is over. Still have a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. Lot to talk about. Although I do fear we are in serious danger of having the stream end suddenly. During the break, we made no progress on the goal. I'm just looking right now through the things. Terrible. I do think it might end suddenly tonight. But we're gonna push forward for now. Talk some space news. Now SpaceX is continuing to get bought up by investors, hitting new highs today. At one point, I think Elon Musk's wealth hit like $1.5 trillion or something stupid. All right, not quite that much, but it was a lot. Hold on, my app isn't working. What the fuck is wrong with this? Why can't I pull this up? Huh. Gotta restart this app. Something's wrong with it. Yes, listen to Columbia Regan. Help keep the Galactic News Network alive. I mean, my God, it's the Galactic Birthday Week. Got a massive galactic deficit to solve. So many good reasons to donate right now. Like $1.4 trillion, though. Like it was close. I can't quite do the math on it in my head, but it was close. Market cap of the company nearly hit $3 trillion today, making it worth more than Amazon, more than a bunch of companies that actually do stuff that society actually uses. Going very similarly to the same beat of his brother stock, Tesla, which also makes no money, but has a ridiculously high valuation of $1.5 trillion. When will the Elon bubble pop is a question I ask myself sometimes. When will people stop paying obscene amounts of money just to invest in companies he's involved in? Even if those companies in question don't make any actual money.
Elon Musk's SpaceX is now worth more than Amazon. Shares of the rocket maker soared as much as 17% on Tuesday, catapulting the company's market value past Amazon's and briefly above Microsoft's. That makes SpaceX the 5th most valuable company in the world, just days after its blockbuster public debut. If the gains hold, shares will have jumped more than 60% above the $135 IPO price, giving SpaceX a market cap of around $2.8 trillion. Not bad for a company that reported a net loss last year of nearly $5 billion. The stock rally is likely to continue as SpaceX gains fast-track inclusion.
At a net loss of minus $5 billion in the last year. I guess it'll only take them an infinite number of years to reach an actual valuation of $2.5 trillion. I'm sure that'll happen any minute now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I just want everybody to imagine how much money $1.5 trillion is, which would basically be Elon's portion of that.
And to show you how much money is here, this little package of $20 bills is $20,000. Now you want to see what $1 million in $100 bills looks like? This is a little over $1 million. This is $1 billion.
And $1 trillion is 1,000 times that. So it's 1,000 rooms filled with that much money. I just want to go back for a second. If that's $1 billion, right? If this room that he's in is $1 billion, then Elon could fill 1,500 rooms with as much money as is in that one room right there. He could create a literal Olympic swimming pool filled with $100 bills. Probably more than that.
And to show you how much money is here, this little package of $20 bills is $20,000. Now you want to see what $1 million in $100 bills looks like? This is a little over $1 million. This is $1 billion.
Ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Let's talk a little bit more about Elon.
Hey, I got this video pulled up. I think it's number 14 on my sheet. It might be 13 on yours. It's a propaganda video made by a Daily Wire influencer about why it's great that Elon Musk is a trillionaire. And
Lovely.
I've noticed, Sam, that you're not fully gray yet. So maybe I play this. Come back
This
and
is
you'll be completely gray.
this is Chloe Tropinato.
Wow. They're really doing the model of like they've hollowed out and lost so much of their most recognizable talent that they're just getting cheap influencers that they're
Right.
probably contractors to do this for them.
Well, in a real display of humility, Elon Musk retweeted this, and now it's got like 101K likes. So
What are the other people? They haven't lost any more talent, right?
No, but like their decline can be traced to, I think, them losing Candace Owens, but they also let what's her name? The woman that looks like the Ben Shapiro.
Cooper?
Oh,
Yes.
That word talent's doing a lot of work, by the way.
But that was a while ago.
Clones. I know, but that's when their decline began. I mean, it's hard to say if it was just because of like the rising anti-Semitism on the right and the fact that Ben Shapiro is an unrepentant supporter of Israel's genocide, Or it has to do with the fact that the Daily Wire over leveraged themselves and put way too much into the fantasy series that Jeremy Boring was creating. It's probably more that, but I think it's a confluence of factors. I'm just saying they don't have that much money to play with, so they're doing this influencer thing, but this may go viral one time. This does not retain an audience. Like, that people want to be able to trust the person that they're listening to. This is just how a company that had a lot of investment. I mean, look, I'm sorry. I'm using experience here. TYT did this. They thought, and they did this to Hassan. They thought that he was replaceable on his show, and they used he's talked about this publicly, all of the intellectual property and the way that the show was structured, and just gave it to other hosts and dispersed it to save money, and that show completely fell apart. And so when these are how these kind of online media companies are operating.
Some of y'all are weird. It is amazing that Elon Musk is a trillionaire. He's an immigrant from South Africa who arrived in America at 17 with $2,000 in a suitcase full of books. He paid his way through college, graduated with over $100,000 in debt, and then
I love how she starts it off with, he's an immigrant from South Africa. As if that's an achievement. He came from apartheid South Africa. The white part. From a wealthy family. He's not some sort of immigrant success story. It's a story of neo-colonialist success. Oh my God! Great job coming from South Africa, bud.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
with $2,000 in a suitcase full of books. He paid his way through college, graduated with over $100,000 in debt, and then sold his first company for $309 million at 27. He co-founded PayPal and Tesla. We love that. He co-founded SpaceX, which is developing cheaper and reusable rockets so we're less dependent on Russia, and Starlink, which is providing internet to poor and war-torn nations like Ukraine, and Neuralink, which is allowing ALS patients to communicate. SpaceX alone created thousands of jobs in working-class communities, and its blue-collar workers who receive hourly wages have stock in the company. So when the company does well, they do well. SpaceX's $75 billion IPO, or initial public offering, that technically made him a trillionaire on Friday, also made over 4,000 of his employees millionaires, which is...
Feel free to jump in on this one here, chat, but am I the only one who gets very strong please DM me vibes from her? Like, I get the sense that she is genuinely hoping to pop out a Musk baby. Like, I can see the life trajectory there. I can see how you could make that assessment. You know, say, look, I mean, I have X, Y, Z skills in life, maybe a college degree. I don't know very much or anything about this woman. I work at the Daily Wire, or maybe, I don't know if she works at the Daily Wire, or it was just some random woman who posted on Facebook. But, you know, thinking, you know, I'm sure that stuff adds up to this or that, and I could work 40 hours a week for the next 40 years. Or I could just fillet Elon Musk publicly on the internet until I can do it in real life, have a baby for him, and then try and do the thing that most women who've tried this have been very unsuccessful in doing. I mean, I'm just trying to figure it out. Do you think, I mean, because I get that sense. Why is she sitting here like trying to find every possible way to glaze Elon? Like, I just don't see any sort of sensible human being doing that without an ulterior motive. Because you're skipping over a bunch of horrible shit, right? Like, she's intentionally doing it. If you just listen to the things she's saying, I mean, we could talk about all of the allegations that have been levied against him by his own employees, or SpaceX's much higher than normal accident rate. Or we could go down the list on all these things, but she's only presenting them as good. Like, she's like, all of these, why can't we just celebrate Elon? And it just gives me these vibes of like, this woman is, and to be fair, Elon, he's a Twitter reply guy. I'm sure she'll hear from him any minute now.
And this particular IPO is unique because really anybody could get in on the money-making fun. If you had the Robinhood app, you could have made some cash. And also, his business doing well allows venture investors to cash out and then pour their money into startups that are working on innovations that could potentially save lives, like cancer vaccines. He is a literal engine for the American economy. When he makes money, it doesn't just sit idle in a bank account. It gets injected immediately back into the country through massive capital expenditures. Duh. Economists call this the multiplier effect. The thousands of jobs that he creates at his facilities creates thousands more for local builders and suppliers and service workers across the country. All good things. Elon is successful because he took risks. He failed countless times, but he kept trying and it worked out. Jeff Bezos, he failed big time last week, lost himself a lot of money, but he's also going to keep trying. We also forget that Elon Musk risked almost his entire early fortune on Tesla and SpaceX.
Is that enough?
I thought,
is that enough?
I thought she was gonna like maybe say, and this is why Elon is better than. No, it's just bootlicker, billionaire
money
bootlicker.
over there too.
Hour. Yeah, and he's awesome too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do my impression of Ben Shapiro looking at that video.
I'm out in Miami,
this
ho.
gets Elon to invest in this company, you're gonna be a star.
Yes. I'm gonna do my impression of Elon Musk watching that video. I would like to breed with her. How can I? I would be willing to bet my savings account. It's not that much. On the fact that he DM'd her after that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
Right.
100%.
He probably DM'd her before it. That's how it happened.
Yeah, it could be any of those things. But if this was completely organic, you could call it that, I can guarantee you those two are going to have a baby. I'm assuming she's already got a prenup written. I mean, if you're going to, if you're going to do that, you might as well just get ahead of it. Like you just get like a prenup going at a time that includes like a bank account that only you can access, and like a trust fund for the kid, like a private island, I guess. I'm trying to think of what exactly, if I were her, I'd be out for. I mean, he's a trillionaire. He's worth more than the country of Switzerland.
This is just something else.
Okay. I've got a bunch here I wanted to talk about. But since we're so close to the 4-hour mark right now, we haven't yet completed the goal, I think I'm going to switch over to Iran. Skip some of the other stuff that I had prepared for tonight. We have really been struggling last couple of days with completing galactic content goals. Last few days, actually. It's been rough. I think we start here, I guess. Because there's a lot of claims still flying around about these, about this supposed peace plan, ceasefire deal, memorandum of understanding, whatever you want to call it. It's not agreed upon, it would seem. And Donald Trump says one thing, Iran says another. That seems to be the vibes that have been going on over and over again, leading up to now, where you have Trump saying the deal is currently signed. Iran saying A, the deal is not signed, and B, Israel's kind of violating the deal that we haven't even signed yet. Israel saying we're going to keep violating that deal. And Trump seemingly unsure of what to do aside from yelling at everybody and saying, stop ruining everything. Sorry, I gotta skip. I'm skipping Eastern Europe right now, and the UK. Sorry, Britain. And Africa. Like, I can sit here, I can assume that we're going to complete the galactic content goal, but I've been doing that 3 nights in a row. It has not gone well. And we're 8 minutes away from 4 hours. I want to at least get the things that we had on the thumbnail in. 4 hours has to come to an end. Yeah, let's go here. Reuters from yesterday.
U.S. President Donald Trump said Monday that a preliminary deal to end the Iran war has already been signed, but key details remain unclear. Speaking in France, Trump said the agreement between the U.S. and Iran is complete, with a formal ceremony expected later this week in Geneva.
I'm very happy to say it's signed, the deal's all signed, and the strait is already partially opened. As you know, they're doing a little hunting for a couple of mines that they've already found, but it's essentially ships are starting to go out now. On Friday, it'll be completely opened.
The deal would reopen the Strait of Hormuz and extend a ceasefire by 60 days, with talks on more contentious issues like Iran's nuclear program to follow. Oil prices dropped sharply after the announcement, following months of disruption that cut off about a fifth of global supply. Officials from both sides say the deal could eventually bring economic benefits to Iran, including sanctions relief and access to frozen assets. But U.S. officials say that hangs on Tehran meeting Washington demands to curb its nuclear ambitions and cut support for proxy militias like Hezbollah. Trump said any relief would depend on Iran's future conduct.
Yeah, there's a lot of very contradictory elements of what we're hearing, but we still haven't actually seen the agreement. Which is something I think that's got a lot of people a little confused, a little worked up right now. People like, I don't know, Congress, who are wondering what the hell is happening here. A lot of calls have been coming out for Trump, the Trump administration, to release the Iran deal, the proposed Iran deal. Let's see what the president had to say about the potential of a releasing of said document.
So, do you have any questions?
What should we expect from the second stage of the negotiations from this memorandum?
I don't know. It's a 60-day period or so. I think it's going to happen fairly on time. We've been both involved. I think they're going to want to get it done. Iran wants to get it done. They have to get back to business. and the relationship is now normalized. So I think it's going to go pretty quickly, Steve. Could go faster. Could take longer too, but it could go faster.
Could go fast and or long.
Text of the document. Why not release the
Oh, I will.
Why not release it
Well,
before
because
Friday?
I'd like to get a formal setting first before we do that. But I have no problem with that. It's a good document. Here's what it says. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. That's what it says.
Look, I want to release it, but I want a more formal setting. He's at the G7 right now. Not formal enough. Very informal, the G7. I need a more formal setting than this. Maybe Versailles? He's doing a dinner at Versailles. Is that formal enough? Apparently all that's preventing Trump from releasing the contents of the deal is a formal enough setting to do such a release. I guess we just have to find him a room completely plated in gold. Maybe solid gold. Solid gold room, probably. Do you notice that he said it could happen immediately or later? He's like, or maybe longer. Very soon or maybe longer. It was a weird... It makes it very unclear what the timing of the deal is going to be. I think it's because Trump has no fucking clue what time, if ever, this is going to be signed. But J.D. Vance went on Hannity yesterday. Told everybody that Trump might release the agreement before Friday.
People are questioning why not release the memorandum of understanding. You said it will happen this week.
Correct. So there are some diplomatic protocols, Sean. There are some sequencing that the Pakistanis have been involved in this, the Qataris have been involved in this. And what the president has said is the agreement will come out on Friday. He may decide to release the agreement sooner than that, but we have this formal ceremony on Friday, and that's when the president right now wants to release the memorandum. The agreement says they are not getting a single dime of American money. That's just not what this is. What the agreement does say, Sean, is, again, if the Iranians behave, and if there are sanctions relief, and if the Iranians are integrated into the world economy, we would invite other countries, not us, but other countries to invest.
Why would we invite ourselves? That doesn't make sense, JD. I thought you went to Harvard or something like that. But there you have it. There's the vice president saying that we might really, maybe we're going to release it at a formal setting on the day, like at the ceremony when it's being signed. You know, like a king. We won't tell anybody what the deal is. We're just gonna announce it. Because that's what I think is happening here. They're trying to avoid any kind of scrutiny leading up to the deal. They're worried that it's going to be torn apart by, you know, like the news media criticized. And then by the time they get to the signing, it will already be incredibly unpopular. And they're hoping that they can sign it and then like somehow keep the popularity of the deal above water, like above 50%, after signing somehow. I don't know how they're going to do that once it becomes public. So I get the sense that it's going to be very unpopular. If it includes half of the things, I think it might. But it looks like we'll be waiting until Friday to see any of the specifics. But the claims around the deal keep going around. I'm going to skip a couple here. Let's go here to the reaction of Benjamin Netanyahu.
ההסכם הזה הוא נעשה על ידי ארצות הברית, על ידי נשיא ארצות הברית.
This agreement was made by the United States, the President of the United States, and he believes he can truly integrate both the operation of the Strait and wait. This agreement was made by the United States, the President of the United States, and he believes he can truly integrate both the opening of the Strait and the cancellation of the nuclear program. I said this is his decision. I repeat, this is his decision. He's leading it, of course, and I have expressed my opinion in various discussions. On the other hand, I said that we have our own interests, first and foremost regarding the nuclear threat. I am committed to ensuring that we do not face such a threat. And secondly, regarding Lebanon, we have created a buffer zone, a security zone, and we will remain there as long as necessary. Iran wanted us to withdraw from there, but that did not happen. Do you know why it didn't happen, among other reasons? Because I stood very, very firm. I was very, very resolute on this matter. And I believe our American friends respect this determination and stance, this persistence. We are staying here because we need to protect the residents of the North. There's Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Israel won't be leaving Lebanon. They need to occupy the land to protect northern Israel. Now, Donald Trump had a fascinating idea on Lebanon. He seemed to think Israel should leave, and that another country could deal with Hezbollah.
A what now?
I'll tell you what, Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you. And I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah. Because to be honest, I think they do a better job of doing it.
I found this statement to be fucking wild. I mean, to have the President of the United States come out and say that Israel is murdering civilians and not Hezbollah in Lebanon, and that actually Syria could do a better job. I never would have expected that one. Honestly, I agree. They probably could do a better job. But wow. For the Donald Trump to be the one to come out and say it, never would have guessed. Never would have guessed. He is right. They're doing a terrible job.
And I didn't like Syria. I didn't like where 2 hours before we're signing the agreement that there was an attack in Lebanon, in Beirut. It was right in, it wasn't like in the southern side, and it was in Beirut. I did not like that. I let them know that. I didn't like it, not at all. But I think that Syria, he's pulled that country together amazingly quickly. He's very capable. And he's been very good for me. He's protected everything that I've asked for, he's done. And if Israel can't do the job without killing everyone else, he'll do the job. Syria will do the job. Without
Trump sounding more laudatory of the leader of Syria than of Israel, suggesting that they would do the job rather than Israel. Israel's doing a bad job in killing a bunch of civilians rather than taking out Hezbollah. Ay, ay, ay. No, you'll be shocked to hear that Iran is saying that the deal to end the war requires Israel to withdraw from Lebanon. You know, the thing that Benjamin Netanyahu just said that Israel wasn't going to do. Yeah, that. Yep. Here's the AP from 10 hours ago.
Iran's foreign minister says the tentative agreement to end the war with the United States would require Israel to withdraw from Lebanon, a condition Israel has already rejected.
بدون عقب نشینی نیروهای اسرائیلی از سرزمین‌هایی که در این جنگ اشغال کرده خاتمه جنگ کامل نشده.
A US official who spoke on condition of anonymity has said the deal rejected.
Without the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the territories that they have occupied during this war, the war has not fully come to an
A
end.
US official who spoke on condition of anonymity has said the deal did not call for an Israeli withdrawal. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Monday that Israel would remain in Lebanon as long as necessary. The terms of the deal, which is between the United States and Iran, have not been made public. While Israel is not part of the agreement, it is part of the war. It joined the US in launching strikes on Iran in February. In response, the Iran-backed Hezbollah militant group in Lebanon launched attacks against Israel on March 2nd, and both sides have been exchanging fire since then. The Israeli army seized large swaths of Lebanese territory, saying it's fighting the Iran-backed group. The negotiations to end the war have been plagued by such disagreements before, leading to a prolonged but uneasy ceasefire that has left the Strait of Hormuz effectively shut.
Yup, Strait of Hormuz definitely shut. And Israel definitely not interested in leaving Lebanon. While Trump says that Syria might somehow get involved in fighting Hezbollah, which I find fascinating for multiple reasons. I mean, one, because, I mean, you're talking about starting like a what do you want to call it? Like intersect? Like a Muslim, like intersection. I can't think of what to call it, but like intersectional fighting, essentially, like between the different Muslim minorities in this region. Not even minorities in some cases. But you get what I'm saying here, and it's just a whole crazy fight. It's a crazy idea. It's completely deranged. I mean, of course, Israel shouldn't be there either, but sending Syria there is no better. Really? I mean, getting, well, I don't know. Honestly, Israel's been committing so many war crimes. It's hard to parse that out. I just don't feel that's an improvement. Just get Israel out of there. Why should Syria be? Why? Nobody has. Sectarian. Thank you. Yeah. But this more violence is not a solution, right? Like sending Syria is not a solution. Like Israel needs to be sent out. Full stop. And then honestly, Lebanon should be allowed to decide what they're gonna fucking do, right? Like it shouldn't be like the United States determining like, you know, who's like which military will go to Lebanon to solve the Hezbollah situation, right? Like it's colonial in its framing. Do you own a turkey baster? No. All right. I'll do one more clip here. I think we're gonna end it. Sadly, we did not complete the galactic content goal tonight. I was hoping. I had big hopes for us, but sadly, no, didn't do it. Now, even with Donald Trump claiming that the Strait of Hormuz is completely open now, shipping companies seem to have a slightly different take on the situation.
Shipping firms say it could take weeks for movements to get back to normal in the Strait of Hormuz, despite the U.S.-Iran peace deal. In a social media post, Donald Trump said tankers were already moving oil out of the area. The U.S. president called the strait, quote, totally safe, secure, and pristine.
Ships are starting to move many loaded up with oil out of the Strait of Hormuz. They are going along the southern quote-unquote highway, which is totally safe, secure, and pristine. There are other areas of travel also. President DJT. So yeah, Trump saying that everything is already totally safe, secure, and pristine, and moving. Experts, unfortunately, saying it's not quite the case, and that it will take at least weeks to get shipping back to normal, months to get oil production back to only 70% of what is current, or what was being produced previous to the war. If, and once again, only if, this is an actual end to the war. And it's still not clear that that's going to happen. Well, we got through another stream. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Kelly Brady, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Up, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Regan, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphe and Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Penny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Akios, Emily S, and Hecate. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. you can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.